Good evening. This is the Township of Monroe Ordinance Committee meeting, March 11th, 2026. This meeting was advertised pursuant to the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-6 through 10:4-21. Notices were placed in the official publications for Monroe Township, i.e. South Jersey Times, Courier Post, and the Sentinel of Gloucester County. A copy of that notice is posted on the bulletin board at the municipal complex. Please note, this meeting will be live streamed on the township's...
Pat. Pull it down.
Better?
There you go.
There we go.
And put your microphone down. Yeah, there
Us
you go.
short people, I get it.
Because your face.
Please note, this meeting will be live streamed on the township's YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/monroetownshipnj.org, in accordance with Ordinance 056-2024. A link for the copy of this recording will also be posted on the township's website, monroetownshipnj.org, for the public to view at their convenience. Please rise to the salute to the flag, led by Councilwoman Denise Adams.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Council President, Mrs. Adams. Here. Mr. Cope.
Here.
Mrs. Fox. Here. Mr. Heverly is excused. Council Vice President, Mr. O'Reilly.
Here.
Mr. Rossi.
Here.
Mr. Valentine.
Here.
Mayor Wolf.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Cruz.
Here.
Solicitor, Mrs. Grace. Here. Business Administrator, Mr. Dehart.
Here.
Director of Code Enforcement, Mr. Sebastian, is excused. Director of Community Affairs, Mrs. Park. Here. Director of Parks and Recreation, Mr. Bruno.
Here.
Director of Public Safety, Mr. Rumpf.
Here.
Director of Public Works, Mr. Delks.
Here.
Director of Real Estate, Ms. Basatsky.
Here.
Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Boyer.
Here.
Police Chief McBride is excused. Myself, Municipal Clerk Eileen Chiselko.
All right, thank you. First up, ordinances for review. Chapter 263, tree removal and replacement, permit application and fees. Any questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to move forward to first reading this evening?
Motion. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Seeing none. Next, Chapter 74-52, fees, tree removal and replacement. Can I get a motion to move forward to first reading at this evening's council meeting?
Motion. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Seeing none. Next, Hexa Builders Redevelopment Plan Amendment.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. So if I could just comment on this ordinance for review. I want to bring everybody up to speed on this ordinance, which has been a hot topic, as you could see, with all the residents here this evening within our township. I want everyone to understand how we got to where we are today and requesting further amendments to what is known as the Hexa redevelopment plan, which is probably why you're all here in attendance tonight. This Hexa project began several years ago, prior to me taking office. The initial proposal was to build, I believe, several hundred homes at this location, which clearly we hear from a lot of residents, stop building homes, which is a whole nother topic for, a whole nother night or discussion. But anyway, this project then changed in scope several years ago and was looking at developing a warehouse at this specific site where the redevelopment plan is. It's very common and typical for projects like this that are put in a redevelopment zone, which this project was several years ago. Back in 2025, the developer approached the township and asked if a data center use could be added to that redevelopment plan that was already in place. So they can broaden their marketing of that property in an attempt to attract different tenants. Whether...
Please, folks, you each have some time to comment. There'll be an open public portion, so if we could just
Hold. So the developer was attempting to attract different tenants, as I was stating, whether it would have been warehousing, distribution, manufacturing, or possibly a data center. All the meetings were public. Everything was posted publicly as required, like every meeting by law. There was absolutely no opposition at those meetings, or anywhere else for that matter, social media or anything else. The redevelopment plan was then amended to permit data centers in that zone back in on June 25th of '25. It wasn't until recently at the January 8, 2026 Planning Board meeting when the Planning Department had received an application for this project for a warehouse and distribution center. And the applicant requested what is known as a preliminary approval for a warehouse and distribution center, not a data center. However, there were about 50 or so residents that attended that meeting and showed up, many believing that the proposal was for a data center because of that recent change months prior to that redevelopment plan permitting a data center use. People also felt that because the large amount of water that was discussed at that location, that it pointed towards a data center. However, I want to remind everybody that the amount of water that was discussed several years prior was actually for a bottling company. It was discussed in prior years that there was a potential for a tenant at that property, and that ultimately fell through. They chose another location. And this can all be confirmed, as you will see, the Hexa Group, what's known as the Hexa Group, filed a Form A, which is a typical form at the Monroe Township Municipal Utilities Authority, back in February of 2024, to see if the amount of water that the bottling company needed was possible to receive from our MUA, which was way prior to any of these discussions even considering to even add the data center use to that redevelopment plan. So, you know, there is no hidden agenda here. Also, by the way, the water request would not have come from our pumps or our groundwater. It was discussed that it would have to come or be purchased through another source, like another town, such as Glassboro, who is connected into a private water company called American Water, and they get the water from the Delaware River, from what I understand. Or another company that's over, I believe, services Gloucester Township, which is Aqua. And again, it would not come from this township because this township only receives a certain allocation from the DEP. So they would have to outsource that and bring it in. Since that January 8th Planning Board meeting, and since hearing from all the residents that came out in that meeting, other discussions that I've had with residents, you know, at different events in town, seeing all the social media posts with everyone's concerns, at our following January 28th council meeting, I had requested our council to approve a resolution, which was Resolution R78-2026, sending that redevelopment plan back to the planning board to have the planning board professionals then take a deeper dive or look into that data center component of this redevelopment plan and address all the concerns that our residents have, that they expressed to us over the past several weeks. So on March 2nd, at the planning board meeting, the professionals brought back various recommendations to place many safeguards to address the concerns that our residents, which is now before this council this evening to review, discuss, and potentially move forward to a first reading at this evening's council meeting. So I hope this provides everyone with a little clarity on how we are here this evening. And keep in mind, I want to be very clear at this time, as we stated for the last several months since January 6th, or January 8th, I'm sorry, that planning board meeting when all the residents came out, the developer does not have a single tenant for this property. The developer is marketing the property to attract, again, potential tenants, whether it be a warehouse, distribution center, manufacturing, data center. But as of now, they still do not have any tenant lined up. Now, before we get into the actual ordinance this evening for review, I know Councilman Valentine has a matter of discussion which kind of takes place after the ordinances for review, but it's related to data centers, and it's listed on the agenda as under 175-163, the land management non-residential districts, which appears much later again in this meeting, but I think we should kind of incorporate the two as a total discussion to allow Councilman Valentine the time to discuss his topic under the ordinances for review before we make any motions or decisions to move this particular item forward without having those discussions as well. So I think we should kind of, I know we're going to skip to the next portion of the meeting, but I think we should combine them all so we can get it all out there on the table. So, Councilman Valentine, do you want to discuss that, or?
Yeah, this is an ordinance that I'm introducing. It was written by Jonathan Duff on behalf of the township, the residents of Township of Monroe, to try to mitigate some of the environmental hazards of a data center.
We don't want it. It's simple. We want our...
Folks, please.
I live less than a mile from there. I don't want a data center. I'm in the woods for a reason. I don't want...
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want you taking my water.
There will be a public portion later on in the meeting. If we continue to talk out of turn, all right, we will escort you out.
I don't want you to get a tenant that might want to be a data center. We don't want that.
Are they reading?
What's the plan for the contamination
Okay,
of the water?
if you could just,
Next to it.
Data center, no. That runs a creek to another creek.
Please.
there is going to be
This is not going to work. Sandra, if I could.
I live on that water.
This is not going to work if you are screaming and shouting from the back. This is a, sir, again,
I don't know if that has.
again,
Please.
this is not going to work.
we cannot be talking over each other.
Our grandchildren go to school here.
Sir, there is a portion for the public to speak. Let's explain procedure here tonight, all right? Everyone will get a chance to speak. Right now is not the public's portion to speak. There's nothing up for a vote right now before council. What is up before council right now is a discussion from council to the public, not from the public to council. When it is public portion, everybody from the public will have a chance to speak. If you continue to act out of turn, I'm not going to continue to repeat myself. You will simply just be escorted out. We're all adults here. So let's act like it. And when it's time for public portion, you can come up to the mic, state your name and address, and you will be heard accordingly. For that, sarcasm's not going to work here. We're going to be here all night. We're going to be here all night. So, Councilman Valentine, you can continue, please.
So during the public portion, Jonathan Duff can explain his ordinance banning the data centers for being in Monroe Township. That's the ordinance I'm introducing tonight.
Okay. All right. So if I could comment on that, Councilman Valentine, I read the ordinance that you forwarded to council for the matters of discussion, and I just don't understand your logic and thought process. It was just 2 weeks ago. Again, if we could all act accordingly, we can have a discussion, a productive discussion, to get through this. So again, it was just 2 weeks ago at our last council meeting where you flip-flopped on another very important ordinance that we had, the rent leveling ordinance. And you previously have been on the record stating you were against that ordinance and indicated it should have never been an ordinance, that the landowner in that particular ordinance should be able to charge the residents
That's not true.
whatever they wanted to
That's not
charge
true.
them. Because he was running a business. John, it's my turn to speak.
Beat the seniors up.
John, it's my turn to speak. You had a turn to speak, okay? So, you have been on the record. you have been on the record stating you were against the ordinance, and that the landowner could charge whatever he wanted because he was running the business. And you've said that publicly on the record. So even though that ordinance protected 1,000 homeowners, many elderly who could not, who were on fixed incomes, that ordinance was in place for 26 months and actually even inspired state legislation protecting them same residents very similarly. You knew that we were in litigation at the time, and we entered into the settlement agreement just weeks prior as a part of the settlement agreement to repeal that ordinance and simply follow the new state law that went into effect this March 1st. Instead, even though you adamantly opposed the ordinance for the 24 months that you were on council at that point, and you voted against repealing that ordinance, and you tried to attend to rescind the vote 2 weeks prior. Again,
Mark, excuse me, please, you will have your turn to speak.
so with that being said, you knew that if we continued the litigation, that we were risking millions of dollars of taxpayer money. So, and after you had a recess, then you changed your opinion again and you voted for it. So here we are 2 weeks later at tonight's meeting, and again, you're flip-flopping on yet another very important issue. You are now proposing that we ban all data centers.
Flip-flop on nepotism. Why
John.
don't we all hire our kids as
John,
cops?
John, I gave you a chance to speak. It's my turn to speak. So now you are proposing that we ban all data centers
Bait and switch.
from this township, but yet you are the council person who made the motion back on June 25th to amend the Hexa redevelopment and include data centers. You're the one who voted on that, John. You voted for it.
I know
The
what I voted for.
the mayor-
Nobody came to oppose it. Nobody came
So,
to oppose it. You're
again-
right.
again,
You're right, Mayor.
folks.
Nobody came to oppose it. But now
Again,
you're here and
folks.
opposing it, so I'm opposing it. Why aren't you in council? Why are you not opposing it? I got elected to represent the people, not represent what I want.
So again, if you're
So
not...
they asked me to change my vote, I changed my vote. Now they don't want it. What do you want to do?
So again, folks, it's very important to allow the conversation to happen because it's all a matter of record and it cannot be recorded when everybody is yelling. So if you want to cheer, we'll pause for the cheering. But John, we'll get back to it. So you are the one who voted for it. The mayor doesn't get the
Yes,
vote.
I voted for it.
John,
Why are
again.
you changing it?
John, again, if you're going to just keep interrupting, then we could do this all night long and sit here and argue back and forth. But you know the mayor doesn't vote on that, right? But you voted on it to allow the data centers in that redevelopment plan. And I can appreciate the fact that you want to protect residents,
correct.
because I've been doing that almost my entire adult life, serving. Again, folks, again, if you can please wait until the public portion, you will all get as much time as you want to discuss everything that's your concerns.
Mr. Mayor,
However-
you're correct. On March 25th, I voted yes for this, and I did. Nobody came to oppose it. Nobody came to none of these meetings. No emails, no phone calls, nothing. Nobody came. They're here now. They're here now, so I have every right to act as my constituents want me to act. No matter how I voted then, I'm voting now no.
So again, Councilman Valentine, I can appreciate the fact that you want to protect residents. Again,
We get the idea. I voted on it, changed my mind. Can we move on?
So John, if you're going to keep interrupting me, it's not going to work, John.
Jeez.
So I think, again, folks, sir, if you continue to interrupt, we cannot continue the meeting. So I think not only do you have concerns, I think everyone up here shares the same concerns regarding a project and the possibility of a data center. But let's address those concerns, right? And ensure that we are in accordance with the laws and not place more legal liability on this township. The ordinance proposal to flat out ban data centers, right, places legal liability on the township. We are all,
A data center is considered heavy industrial. We are allowed to ban heavy industrial. It is not
Councilman
light industrial.
Valentine, can we just, we need to build a record here, okay? So the same rules that apply to the public have to apply to just waiting until the person who is speaking finishes.
so again,
We're in the discussion portion right now, and that's fine, we can discuss. But if I have to keep interrupting, because you keep interrupting, we're not going to get anywhere tonight.
so
The only person that said no is John.
the ordinance proposal to flat out ban data centers places legal liability on the township. We are all too familiar, and we all know this phrase now, arbitrary and capricious. And that's exactly what the proposal is. And again, it places legal liability on this township. Banning data centers because of water consumption, although it is a very real... Folks,
So the next time there's a major interruption, we're just going to take an indefinite break. All right? Let's all act like adults and hear each other out. Listen.
So banning data centers because of water consumption, although it's a very real and legitimate concern to all of us, you can't ban them entirely because of water consumption concerns if data centers operate with a low water consumption rate. That would be considered arbitrary and capricious. These water consumption issues can be addressed by requiring data centers to be a closed-loop system, prohibiting or restricting groundwater withdrawal, requiring a water consumption and thermal management report, which requires an analysis of projected water needs, are all things that are being proposed this evening to strengthen that ordinance before council tonight. Also banning data centers because of electricity consumption. Again, it's a real issue, it's a real concern, but banning them because of the impact that they have on electrical grid, when again, there are other solutions and options to address this problem. It is again arbitrary and capricious. The recommended amended change, placing a moratorium until state and federal legislation addressing this issue and/or requiring the developer has to provide on-site power and be off the grid, eliminates the impact on the grid for our residents and their utility bills. Again, this is a solution to that issue and concern. So making your proposal is arbitrary and capricious. Further, banning data centers because of concern of generators. It's basically the same concept. Again, generators are a real concern of all of ours. But again, if you impose rational and legitimate regulations to deal with those concerns, again, banning them would be arbitrary and capricious. The bottom line, folks, is if you can't ban, or you simply can't ban a use over concerns if there are rational and legitimate ways to address all of those concerns. Creating an ordinance that is not rationally related to the problem it attempts to address, it would be invalidated by law. Your proposal here, John, also prohibits property owners from applying for a use variance. Putting a provision into this ordinance that prohibits the property owner from applying for a use variance is inconsistent with the municipal land use laws. And the township doesn't even have the authority under that municipal land use law, or it is beyond our powers to even do that. So this is why it is so important for us to actually have an ordinance with standards as proposed tonight of rather than flat out ban data centers, because we actually have more control if and when somebody comes for an application for a data center or presents a request for a variance for one. By amending our current ordinance, we are saying basically that we are permitting it by right in this specific location to all our standards. So If someone were to come here later and apply for a variance for a different location, the township can sit and point at our regulations and our ordinance and ask, do you meet the standards? Because there are standards and we have, that we have here for our community. It is extremely important for us to have strict standards moving forward, because without them, we are actually unprotected to data centers coming in and requesting variances to go wherever they want, as long as they could sit there with their professionals and their experts that they will pay, that they meet all the regulations and laws. So, again, we all have this same concerns, and we all share many of the same concerns, but if we just flat out ban it to get all together, it doesn't prevent a data center from coming here. It actually makes it much easier for them to come here and leaves us unprotected.
Mayor, do you want to address the three main concerns?
So, again, because there are no regulations at this point, and again, if they prove to the planning board or zoning boards with all their paid professionals and experts that they can meet the existing laws, then they would have to be approved for that variance. So let's put the protections in now to have strict regulations regarding the water usage, regarding the power grid, regarding the environmental, regarding the wildlife, the noise, the larger buffers, and so on. So again, John, I'm a little confused because after the last council meeting, 2 weeks ago, you and I had this conversation, and you said you would much rather see the data center there than a warehouse.
I would, but that's not what the people that voted for me asked them to do. My personal feelings has nothing to do. They voted for me to represent what they want, and that's what I'm doing.
And again, John, I can appreciate that.
Oh, come on. Please, folks.
And John, I can appreciate that, because as elected officials, we are tasked with sometimes making very difficult decisions. And some decisions are not going to be popular with some of the residents. And this is one of those decisions. So, but at the end of the day, the decision has to be in accordance with the law. We cannot violate the law and jeopardize this township and place legal liability on the township. We have an obligation to make our best decisions in accordance with all the laws for our entire township, all 38,000 residents, even though some of the residents may be opposed to it. And John, I could tell you, this is ironic, because back in '25, when you voted for this, no opposition to it, right? And now suddenly, we're in 2026, and now all of a sudden, it's campaign time, and it makes me wonder.
Greg, if I wanted to use a campaign thing, I would bring up nepotism and everybody high on their seats.
John, I saw you sitting there taking selfies a little while ago with the crowd and all that. So we know this is a political stunt by you. So.
Let's get Councilman Valentine to... Councilman Valentine, sorry, Mayor, I think we should get Councilman Valentine to make his statements, and then I would propose that we do have our township planner here who worked on the redevelopment plan, worked on the proposed changes and standards and specifications and guardrails, so maybe he can come up and also give us some information, just briefly, as to the guardrails that were set forth in the plan. Councilman Valentine,
What's that?
the floor is yours, if you'd like to make any statements.
Questions, you mean?
No, we're still discussing the ordinance and your
I have something for the
proposal.
planner, right?
So he's going to come up, I'm just giving you the opportunity to make any statements, should you wish to
Yeah,
make
I'm going to
any.
make a statement. Far as I know, because of the massive power consumption, that the data center is considered heavy industrial. And we have every right to ban that from our community.
That's not the legal standard as to blanket prohibitions. But again, we can, I'd be more than happy to answer any additional questions or specific parameters that you have in mind.
All right, let's have Tim, planner.
A lot of people back here don't want to speak up.
Make sure your mic's
Okay,
on.
I'm just going to give it a high level.
Nobody here that wants, I'm here,
You need to step up to the microphone, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Can everyone hear him?
Yeah, so the ordinance that's proposed, amending the Hexa redevelopment plan, starts out with a moratorium. No data centers that would be proposed to be hooked up to the grid. If it were proposed to be off-grid, its own on-site power source, then it could go forward. If not...
What does it mean to be off the grid?
Pardon me?
What does it mean to be off the grid?
Its own power source, like a fuel cell.
Are we talking about gas fracking?
No, not at all, not at all. No. It would have to be either hooked up to South Jersey Gas, to the gas system, for gas-fired fuel cells,
Folks, please,
or they're working on other types of fuel cells with blue and green hydrogen that I'm told, I don't know, but I'm told they're just a few years away. And I'm told the fuel cells that they currently make can pivot from gas power to hydrogen or other types of,
hydrogen fuel cells is the
Yeah.
technology.
So
Yeah.
any tenant that comes before the planning board to potentially apply for a data center in that redevelopment zone cannot, as per the ordinance, be connected to the grid?
cannot be connected to the grid.
If you're not self-generating,
If you're not self-generating.
you
Yeah.
cannot even submit an application per the moratorium unless you're off-grid.
Correct. Correct. We add,
Tim, if I could just jump in, the moratorium is you cannot construct a data center, basically, until there is state legislation or federal legislation clearing up the data center usage of electricity on the grid, and until there's safeguards put in place so it does not impact the community, residents, with higher bills and things like that.
Oh.
So again, it's a moratorium to not build any data centers in this township until there is either state legislation or federal legislation addressing the grid concern. Again, if they self-generate power, then they're not connecting to the grid, and therefore, there's no issue with increased electricity costs and things like that.
right, yeah. And I'm sorry, you had mentioned that earlier, so I thought everyone had heard that, but yes.
I just want to be clear to
Yeah.
everybody.
We add a bunch of definitions that are important, and then we jump right into revising the bulk requirements, the bulk standards. We have large setbacks, 150 feet to front, side, rear yards, 500 feet to the rear yards. We place requirements for large
What do you mean by
buffers
what do you mean by rear yards? Rear residential yard?
for the property itself, the Hexa.
So Hexa, you're talking about the setback
The setbacks
500...
for data centers, the principal building for a data
So why
center.
wouldn't it be high 500 feet off a residential property instead of the back of a building that's up against a stream?
For residential property, we have 150-foot setbacks and buffers.
Folks,
Let
him continue, please, just a little
Yeah.
bit, and let's get through some of the,
We put standards in there, not just for setbacks, but for buffering. And buffering has to include 6-foot-high mound, 40-foot wide, fully landscaped, with sound walls and decorative walls.
Well, how would that reduce the vibration?
Well, we go on.
So John, if I could, real quick, to remind you, the former redevelopment plan was 50-foot setbacks on the side yard.
Right, that's still not enough.
No, so it was, it's now increased to 150 with the stipulations in the new redevelopment plan. So it's expanding that, just to be clear.
I think on a data center, we should go a little further than that, though.
So that sets out for a data center the envelope where one could be built. Then we move on to your point, Councilman, the design standards. We have architectural design standards. All the standards take up about 10 pages. We have screening, buffering, and fencing standards. We have vibration standards. Through a vibration study that must be submitted by a qualified professional and submitted with their application to the planning board, if there were ever to be an application.
And
We have standards on...
that's the applicant to the planning board who would submit.
That is the...
But the township professionals will also have their own studies and review of said study conducted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, as
Yes.
part of the application to build whatever data center.
We have standards regarding glare and heat, regarding the fuel system that will be used to power the data centers. We clearly prohibit fracking. It says in the ordinance, no fracking shall be permitted on site. We have standards on emissions, we have standards on lighting, we have standards, as the mayor mentioned a short while ago, on water consumption and thermal management.
I have a question on the water. On the continuous groundwater withdrawal. What do you mean?
No.
What do you mean?
No
What do you mean by
continuous.
no continuous groundwater withdrawal? Would that be you're running 24 hours, 59 minutes,
No,
and then you're going to kick back on again?
no, there's another provision that says it has to be a closed-loop system. A closed-loop,
I've seen the closed loop water system, but you're calling it evaporate. A closed loop water system would be non-evaporated system.
there's always some
If it's a closed
evaporation.
loop system, how's the water evaporating? That's what I'm trying to understand. Is it a misprint, maybe?
Say that again?
Would that be a misprint?
Well, we can look at it, but it's a closed...
It's kind of redundant, because if you have a closed loop system it's designed not to lose water, but it's evaporating, how's it evaporate through a closed loop system?
There is always some loss in any system. There's always some loss.
Hold on, I just want to check.
But I can tell you,
So it's just for folks, let me help explain a little bit, maybe. So it's like the radiator in your car, okay? How often are you topping off the radiator in your car?
That's not true, sir.
It is. There is a certain amount of loss. There's a certain amount of evaporation in a closed-loop system, at which point there's also a condensate evaporator that collects it and condenses it back to water. I've seen these systems. Well, if we're trying to educate you. You don't want it. Understood. Go ahead.
It's only one person that doesn't want to speak.
my research has revealed, using a non-closed loop system,
Just hold on, let him get through this, so I can hear. We all need to hear what's going on.
compared to a non-closed loop system, a closed loop system consumes 1 to 3% of what a non-closed loop system, and that's that small amount of loss to evaporation or what have you. So it's a 97 to 99% reduction in water consumption.
Right, so you won't be using millions of gallons of water a day, in other words.
Hardly
will not be.
Hardly any.
Hardly any,
It
right.
has to be filled up, but after the initial fill-up, then...
Just a maintenance fill.
Pardon?
Just a maintenance fill it'll have.
Right. After that study and management report for water, we require traffic impact studies, environmental impact studies. And keep in mind, any application doesn't come here first, it goes to the Pinelands Commission. We are requiring a noise control and noise impact study. We are requiring air quality and generator emissions studies. And all of these studies, there are many standards in each section. It's not just a line item in the ordinance. We are requiring a view shield impact analysis from various vantage points, from along the pike and neighboring properties. What will this look like? We want to see it from neighboring properties, how it's proposed to look in an isometric view.
It's going to look 60 feet tall is what it's going to look.
But with the setbacks and the landscaping and buffering and berming and fencing, what will that finished product look like? We have utility capacity certification requirements, so you need a will serve letter before you can even make application to the Township Planning Board. We're requiring an emergency response plan, solid waste and refuse management plan, and then we wrap up with violations and penalties. So it's 10 pages of strict standards, both bulk and design, with studies. And some of the studies are before, during, and after construction, and then 5 years out. More monitoring, more measuring. That's the ordinance. It protects, in my opinion, it protects the township. Also, from potential lawsuits.
Thank you.
It provides good standards while allowing for a data center somewhere in the township, in only one place, which unfortunately, but only one place in town.
Thank you, Mr. Canang.
I live less than a quarter mile from it, I can tell you that now.
Councilman Valentine.
No, I'll be truthful with you. I'd rather see a data center than a warehouse bringing 800 trucks a day. Do you think... If you could, listen, you asked me to fight against it, and I will, but you don't understand, that warehouse is going to be twice as bad. You'll have 800 trucks a day coming, nonstop, around the clock. I don't know. Listen, I'm going to fight against this with everything I have for you. That's what you elected me to do.
Does anybody else from council have any questions or concerns or anything to add as part of the ordinance review or matters for discussion as it relates to this redevelopment plan amendment? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move forward with the agenda. Mr. Cannon, if you could just still stick around, though, because we're not up to public portion yet, and just in case any members of the public have any specific questions, maybe you can address them. Okay, thank you.
All right. Can I get a motion to move forward for first reading at this evening's council meeting for the Hexa Builders redevelopment plan amendment? Can I get a motion to move forward for first reading at this evening's council meeting for the Hexa Builders redevelopment plan amendment?
I make a motion to move it forward with the moratorium and the safeguard amendments for first reading. I second that.
Second.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
One no. Thank you. Next up, we have matters for discussion. Do we want to continue? John, this is up for matter of discussion, but I think we
We did that, we
move forward.
covered that.
Yep.
Dorm security
Yep.
personnel.
We just did that, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we just...
There's just two other matters for discussion as well, because we have other business to run.
Yep. Next up, we have armed security personnel, cannabis retail business.
Yes, so last month, I was asked to do some research on this to see what some other area towns are doing, if they're still requiring the armed security at the cannabis retail businesses, including us. I got 10 responses. There's only 3 that are still requiring armed, 4 requiring unarmed, and then 3 have no requirement at all. It's kind of a mixed match of what people or other municipalities are doing.
Okay.
If I could just comment on that. So when that ordinance was first adopted several years back, and we pushed hard to have armed security there, the understanding at that time was it was an all-cash business. The concern was safety for employees, robberies, things like that. to date, we haven't had, Chief, not one issue at any of the facilities that are open in our township. So, you know, I don't know that that is a needed thing. It could help the business owners, but I wanted to give you that input.
Okay. All right. Next up, we have the fire hydrant snow removal.
So the other thing that was asked to look into was if we could put anything in place for the residents or business owners, property owners to be required to remove snow from the fire hydrants, because we did have obviously quite a bit of snow this season. The state does have a statute that allows us to pass an ordinance to enforce that. Again, it's something that we would have to pass a separate ordinance. Obviously, I don't think we're under any time constraints for this, because hopefully snow has passed us, but we can put that in place if that's something we want to do.
Okay. Next up, we have new business. Anyone from council? New business this evening? Seeing none. Sorry, talking to council. Any new business with council this evening? Seeing none. Unfinished business with council this evening? Seeing none.
I'll save that for next.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a quick 2-minute, and then we're going to open the public portion for everyone to have an opportunity.
There's a sign-in sheet in the back, my back left, for public portion. There should also be a pen. Yes. If you intend on speaking during public portion, please sign in that sheet. We will grab it in about 2 minutes, bring it up here, and in an effort to maintain decorum, we're going to go off of that list. If you wish to speak during public portion, sign your name.
Can I get a motion to open public portion?
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none. At this time, we will open to the public. The first person on the list is a Jonathan Duff.
Thank you to everyone for coming out. My name is Jonathan Duff. I'm 25 years old. I'm a college student at Rowan University. I wrote this ordinance because I care, and I think the question is so important because one day we will all be gone, and it's a question of what we leave behind for future generations. It's a question of what kind of life people want to live in this community. And the question is of grave moral, economic, political, social, and environmental consequence. Data centers pose an extreme burden on the electrical grid of a community where they are built within years. It's been studied, it's been proven, it's empirical, up to 382% increase in electric prices. Now, I don't know if you know this, I'm sure you do, but New Jersey already has a cumbersome price on electricity. We cannot afford an up to 382% increase in electric prices. Not only can we not afford an increase in price, we also cannot afford a depletion of our local water supply. Now, a drought 1 or 2 summers ago caused the aquifers in the area to drop to about 50% capacity. The draw that these data centers cause through their consistent and continuous use and generation of cooling through the water systems is such that another drought might result in a number of years in a water shortage in these communities. The buck starts here because this is the first proposal after Vineland for a data center. It is on the table. If Hexa Builders is allowed to construct a data center in this area, more will follow very quickly. This has already been an issue with warehouses, high density. People in towns, Florence, West Hampton, Pemberton, all across this region are dealing with the scourge of warehouses because one community said, that's okay, we'll bring one in. Other companies take notice of these decisions. It does not just affect Monroe Township, it affects the entire region. We do not have the environmental capacity. There's a love of the land as well that I think is absolutely and deeply important. People care about parks, they care about forests, they care about lakes, they care about rivers, they care about deer and fish and wildlife. We live here for a reason because this is a special place to be. It is a beautiful land, it's rich, it's diverse. We don't want to see it disappear, and once you build this, once you allow this to be built, it can never come back. And again, one day we will all be gone. Our ancestors left us this land. It is our heritage. All of us who live here, it is our birthright. And it is those who come after us, it is their birthright as well. And we have as much duty to bequeath it unto them as those who came before us did to us. Let's not squander the gift, the unique beauty, the natural resources, our air quality, our water quality, the amount that people can afford to live here. Let's not sacrifice the health of these people who you were elected to serve. My ordinance is not capricious or arbitrary. My ordinance is a comprehensive definition of what a data center is and a prohibition on the basis of not qualifying for light industrial, which is the only non-prejudicial protection under the municipal land use law. Heavy industrial uses are absolutely allowed to be banned. It is deceptive to suggest otherwise. And this is a matter, this kind of thing, heavy industrial uses are able to be banned. Chemung Township, I live a town over, they've banned crematoriums. They've had it on the books since 1984.
I'm sorry, you don't even live in Monroe?
I don't. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I was not under the impression, I seem to have a lot more care for what Monroe looks like. So does it matter whether I live here or not, respectfully? I don't think it does.
Okay.
I don't think it does. I may not be from Monroe, but I am a Piney. I grew up in Southampton Township. And on behalf of all of the Pineys who live from Southampton down to Atlantic, if this ordinance is in some way capricious or arbitrary and Hexa Builders wants to legally challenge it, then hold hands with us and jump! Because it is about the interests of the people who you serve. It is about your children. It's about future generations. It's about health. It's about land. It's about water. It's about the human element. Let's stop thinking about personal financial interests and short-term profit maximization, and let's start thinking about what's best for the people of this community, because, again, one day we'll be gone. It's not forever, but this is permanent. Thank you.
Eric Footer?
It's very hard to listen when everybody's talking at once, so we're contradicting each other here.
Eric Footer.
There were sign-in sheets. We're calling individuals from the sign-in sheets. That's because everybody else is talking. You're disruptive, but here we are.
Folks,
Eric Footer.
folks, if I could, please, when somebody's speaking, okay, there was just a young gentleman speaking, and sometimes you can't even hear what he's saying, and for the record, I'm taking notes. However, if you continue to interrupt, then we cannot hear the testimony from the residents. Again, I can't hear you yelling from the back, and we don't need to be disrespectful, but Mr. Fuller, you're up next.
Hey, folks, can we just, let's get through this. Let's hear what everybody has to say. So I want to hear what everybody has to say. We just got to be quiet and call, Eric, what was his name?
Eric Footer.
Maybe I get another responsible.
Mayor and council, good evening. My name is Eric Footer.
Mr. Footer, can you give your name and address? Please.
My name is Eric Footer, 2014 Burlington Circle, Monroe Township, New Jersey. Now, naturally, there's a lot of emotions running high, a lot of activity. All I want to do is talk about the ordinance that's before you tonight, if that's okay. Now, I'm looking at the ordinance, as soon as I get my reading glasses on.
Which ordinance?
This is the one that is proposed for the control of data centers. Okay. I've reviewed the ordinance, and what it does, all this ordinance does, this is not an approval for data centers. I don't want anybody to be confused about that. This just sets standards to be followed in case they did get approved. All this is preliminary to any application before the planning board or the zoning board that gives the town the right to set standards with an applicant. It's not an approval by any stretch, all right? The only part of the ordinance that I would like to comment on is page 8, section K, small letter I. I'll give you a minute. Where it talks about noise control and impact study. Okay? I would like to recommend that that paragraph be altered to set the noise limit to less than 60 decibels on a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week rotating basis. The reason for that is nobody wants to have reciprocating engine generators, diesel, natural gas, whatever, there because they're allowed as hell. If you put, by changing this one paragraph, this one part of this paragraph, now they're forced to install fuel cell systems, which is a common event across the country, because nobody wants to hear these generators. And they are not allowed to pull off the grid. So they need to generate their own power on site. Okay, but if you put diesel or natural gas generators, you've got pollutants, you've got noise, you've got all kind of things that take away from everybody's living, you know? If you have a fuel cell, it's very quiet. Fuel cells put out noise between 40 and 60, 60 at the top, within 23 feet, not 150 feet. So by changing that one simple sentence, it's possible to take the whole generator pick thing out of the equation. They can't do it, because there's no generator made that can be less than 60 decibels. I don't care who makes it, all right? Now, the other thing I would just like to comment on too is the water situation. I am a licensed water professional, so believe me when I tell you I know what I'm talking about. A closed system is just like it sounds. Instead of taking water in, cooling the system, and putting it back out to the environment, they're containing it on site. They're using an evaporative cooling system, which, if you've ever seen a cooling tower, that's what they're talking about. The condensate is recovered and put back into the system. They simply need water from the grid, or from the system, I'm sorry, to just replenish, to do a maintenance on it. They do have losses, every system does, but it's nowhere near the amount of water they were talking about. Now, when this topic first came up and they were going to use straight through water for cooling, I was all set to come up before council and comment on that. After reviewing the facts of the matter before me, as long as the town can control any applicant coming forward, we have a chance to make this not only a viable project, but to make it environmentally safe for the public, and to be something that the community will not be disturbed by. Okay? Now, and I also understand one thing too, and a lot of people don't say this, but I'm going to say it right now. When you're on council, or you're on the planning board, or the zoning board, or whatever it is, I don't like it, don't count, flat out. And I'm sorry if nobody wants to hear that, but that's the fact of the matter. If you put forth something that's arbitrary and capricious, you can't win. Case in point, the rent control ordinance. That's why it got shut down, because a judge, not anybody here, decided it was arbitrary and capricious. So if you do anything that cannot be supported by fact, case history, or law, you already lost. So, there's really no way to get around that fact. Now, your best bet to protect the residents of this town is by this ordinance, by having controls in place so the planning and zoning boards can protect the public. That's what this ordinance is all about. This ordinance does not mean it's an approval for anything. All it does is set up the rule book for somebody that's coming in. They can still be denied. They might not get Pineland's approval. Hold on, let me speak. All right? May I please speak? Okay, I've said enough. I made my point to council. Thank you very much.
Everybody has the right to speak.
Next, we have Eric. Is that Jewel? I'm sorry. Not you, Mr. Footer. Eric Ewell, E-W-E-L-L. There's a line, sir. Yes.
Please,
Can-
name and address. Name and address. Name and
Can
address.
Is it on?
Name and address.
I'll get it.
It's on, okay. We're on green, we're good.
Sir, can you give us your name and address, please?
Name is Eric Ewell, 331 Danville Drive, Williamstown.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Subject is about the aquifers and about the idea of drawing water for these AI centers. I have to say that's a very bad idea. The aquifers account for about 40% of South Jersey drinking water. Farmers use it for their crops. We also have a number of trees that run from all the way down around Atlantic County, all the way up through central Jersey. And as such, you draw too much of that water, I think it's going to create an environmental disaster. I think water bills are going to go up for consumers. And also, you risk fire hazards if things dry out too much. Plus, there's a number of creatures and birds and such that migrate throughout the area, and I think that'll be much of a detriment to them. So I would advise that maybe this is not a very prudent course of action to be taking. Plus, any environmental hazards that would happen along the way. So I think I kind of just summed up everything on why this should not be undertaken. Thank you.
We got two items. It's the same address. Where's the next one? Joan Baines? You can hold it if you.
Joan Baines. I live at 3236 Jackson Road in Williamstown. And I've been here just about every meeting since January. So I think you're probably tired of hearing me say the same thing over and over again. I'm going to keep it short. I'm very concerned about the water. We have well water. I don't understand how a development of this magnitude can be placed in an area, a residential. It's not residential, it's industrial, it's zoned commercial because it's on the pike, but it abuts residential properties that are on well water. And I don't understand how that can happen. I think it should be illegal. Thank you.
Next, we have Jonathan Duff. Kayla Henry.
Hello, my name is Kaylee Henry. I live on 330 East Central Avenue in Hamilton, New Jersey. I am not from Monroe Township. Thank you. So today I decided to come to this meeting to see what was being proposed and what everybody had to say. And immediately walking in, I'm seeing your members of your community being here and organizing together as a community, bringing everyone together as a community, and yet we're still being looked upon as if we're less than, as if we're small. We're not small. Look at all of us. Look at everybody together. Everybody joined forces, no matter who we are, no matter what we looked like, we joined forces to speak to you, to tell you about our concerns as people are part of South Jersey, part of Monroe Township, because we care about each other, we care about the environment, we care about our utility costs, we care about the wildlife, we care about future generations having a place to call home that we're able to call home. We have this beautiful environment, this beautiful amount of community members in our place, yet you want to continue to destroy it with a data center? What data center will provide people with jobs? What about these young people who are graduating, these young children who are going into the job field? What jobs is this going to provide them? What jobs is this not going to provide their parents? Zero. Exactly. Exactly. And what good does that do for them? What would be better than a data center for children, for anybody and a member of a community? A park, something that's recreational for people that will make them happy. This is not making anybody happy except your wallets. Thank you.
Diane Harris.
Diane Harris. Is this turned around? Okay, there we go. Diane Harris, I live at 2013 Burlington Circle here in Williamstown. And I have a couple questions, actually. Some of it may have been addressed. I couldn't hear what was going on. One, you all work for the township and you drew up this ordinance, correct? Yes. All right. Mayor, you said in the beginning that you've been having meetings, but before this, no one came. So my question to the council is it because no one came and voiced our opinions, we weren't loud, people weren't shouting? Didn't you do any research on the whole possibilities of what could be there before you rezoned it, set everything forth so it could even possibly be a data center or a warehouse or anything like that? Is that the way the council works? If no one comes in and complains, you don't think about the impact of what could be done there? And that is the question that I have. Do I have to say it all over again? All right, that's all. I just, when you said about because we didn't come in and voice our opinions, be loud, be boisterous, I just don't understand. I never knew that that's how townships work. If people don't complain, then you do what you think no one cares about. You should still care enough, and we shouldn't have to complain. That's my point.
Next, we have Reinhardt.
Good evening. My name is Ursula Reinhardt. I live in 222 West Collins Drive in Collins Lakes. I really cannot understand why we even considering this data center. It is old technology. It will be outdated by the time 2030 rolls around. And what is going to happen then? You're all going to be out of office and you say, c'est la vie. No. Point being, closed system. Sounds good, doesn't it? The problem is, they pollute the water, they circulate the water, and during the circulation and all that, they pollute the water. Now, some of it is evaporated. Sure, no problem. 1-2%? No problem. What about when it gets too dirty? Because these computers need potable water and lots of it. So the engineers have to open up the seal system, ditch all the polluted water, and where does it go? In that retaining pond that is on the plans? I don't think so. Our groundwater will be polluted. We're talking air pollution. It goes on and on and on. Is there one positive thing you can tell me that one of these data centers will bring to the public? There are none. It is only making rich people richer. And when our wells go dry, which happened about 20 years ago with something else the township did. And the wells went dry. Oh, there's no help. You gotta come up with the money yourself. Yeah, you guys are going to be gone. There's no liability. There's not going to be a bond put up for people to get help, because once the groundwater is polluted, how deep can we go? No, it don't work. It is, you have the alternate source for electricity. Gigantic LP gas tanks, which from a safety point at all, it's just not doable. And these engineers will tell you, oh, we're going to require this, we're going to require this, and we're going to require that. There is, it has shown through the whole country, in every state of the country, that they all have the same problem. They will leave a dead area behind, and it will leave us as the citizens and the residents and the taxpayers behind. The point is, you're not working for the Hexa company. You're working for us. Sorry, I'm a little nervous, but that is the point being. I don't know if anybody's old enough to remember Love Canal. Oh, nothing is going to happen. You guys are going to be great. We all know what happened. Then a little more recent, we had the fracking. What about the people that have the gas coming out of their water faucets? Wasn't supposed to happen. Sorry, people. Sorry, residents. Pay your taxes. Because we need to do something in the township. Doesn't work that way. We have priority. And I know that there is, it always starts with like a small project for these data centers. Then it morphs into something else. And then it morphs into a warehouse. And then it morphs into a data center. And then when the data center gets built, whoever engineered it, whoever made the money on it, is long gone. I'm saying, would say, I would not even entertain a data center in our community, because we don't have to make up for it. We have people that like to live here, that take care of the grounds. We have to adhere to different rules, because we're in the pinelands and we're in the wetlands. I can't cut a tree down without permission. You can't put a shed up. You have to be so many feet from there and from there and from there. But those people can pollute the whole township and plus in the next neighboring county, because it goes into the aquifer. So, what is the answer? No, nada, niet.
Oops. Next, Tony. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the last name. Tony, is that Ryan?
Can you pronounce a value add for any of this in the town? Can you pronounce any of that? What is the value add? Anybody? Anybody?
I can't hear him. What did he say?
Ryan? Tony, Ryan, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the last name.
It's currently public portion. We're going down the list of members of the public. We are taking extensive notes, and people addressed after every single member of the public has been heard. We are currently in public portion. Tony, Ryan, or Brian? In the contrary, members of the public have been coming up and asking questions. All right, if this individual doesn't present, we'll move on. 950 Bluebell Road. Anyone for 950 Bluebell Road? Okay, Corey Young?
Hello, my name is Corey Elise Young. I'm a neuroscientist and an assistant director of a research testing laboratory for drinking water filters. I work for the plumbing mechanics in Monroe Township. I live in Monroe Township. My parents live in Monroe Township, and I recently got married in Monroe Township. So thank you for having me. I have to pick this up, I'm sorry. Every single day of my professional career surrounds itself by reducing harmful effects of the nervous system. Not only do I teach this to our future medical doctors, practitioners, and healthcare professionals, but I also conduct certified testing under the National Sanitation Foundation standards that permit clean drinking water standards for our homes, our workplaces, and our community. I come here investing in my physical health, which is why I look the way that I do, because I just came from Orange Theory. And I prioritize this despite the fact that I'm going to do both of my jobs tomorrow at the laboratory and teaching at the local state university. What we expose our nervous system to today will impact our health 30 years from now. Not only our health, but our children's health and our children's children's health. Thus, I ask this panel to prioritize the longevity of the residents' health, the quality of our township, and the use of drinking water. Noise pollution keeps our our biological processing centers constantly engaged. This puts a strain on our nervous system, and this means even when we are at rest, our processing centers of our brains are still processing this input that we're receiving from noise pollution. Even when we are asleep, we do not receive adequate rest due to the constant stimulation of processing external stimuli. Long-term effects of noise pollution include impaired memory, impaired attention, decreased immunity, and increased depression and anxiety. A system that is constantly not getting proper rest will be imprinted down to its DNA. This impairs the function down to the cellular level of the nervous system, the neurons, and they stop communicating as well. The cells that communicate, when they stop communicating, this results in neuronal atrophy. This is something that we find in victims of the Holocaust, where because of what they've been exposed to, what happens is it causes the neuronal atrophy to where their neurons don't speak as well anymore. And the same dendritic research that we get of the quality of how well their cells speak is passed on to their children and their children's children. So those that are alive today, that their ancestors were victims of the Holocaust, still have this imprinted in their DNA. I've been in the drinking water filtration industry since I was 14 years old. I'm currently 32, so I've been in this industry for 18 years. I now proudly participate in panels and task forces that set drinking water standards for the nation, not only for our nation, but internationally. As of 2023, the CDC quotes an estimated of 2.2 million Americans live in homes without drinking water or basic plumbing. Many are forced to rely on bottled water as an estimated personal cost of $1,350 a year. According to recent analysis, water insecurity costs $8.58 billion annually in loss of labor production, reduced household earnings, and higher healthcare costs. However, you don't have to take my word for it, because the International Bottle Association conducted research and quoted by the New Jersey Department of State of Health, the Bottled Water Association estimates that 15 billion gallons of bottled water were consumed in 2020, up to 4.16% up from 2019. The growth in just New Jersey alone in bottled water sales are comparable to the national sales and trending upwards according to the Beverage Marketing Corporation. Research conducted last year by the New Jersey Department of Health also quotes that for the 9th consecutive year in a row, bottled water is the #1 beverage in total consumption, up from 2024 from 16.4 billion gallons, with a growth of nearly 2.9% every year. So if New Jersey residents are only getting more dependent on drinking water from bottled water sources, why would you ever decide to take a resource away from so many New Jersey residents that they rely on? That would be incredibly irresponsible and ignorant decision that would cause irreversible impact on not only this generation, but for every succeeding generation to follow. Finally, I would like to conclude that the statement that I've brought to you, I got from my good old noggin as a neuroscientist and a chemist. I drank 2 liters of water today. And if you choose to say thank you, as opposed to the data centers that when you engage with them, I will still have only used 2 liters of water today. Thank you.
Caitlin Nolan, 1094 New Brooklyn Road. Oh, sorry.
My name is Caitlin Nolan. I live at 1094 New Brooklyn Road. I read through the ordinance amendment. There's a lot here. A lot of it's really vague. And 2 things that I'm particularly concerned about are 4A F, which relates to emissions. This is, a data center would have to comply with these emission standards, being the emissions of any smoke, odorous gas, other odorous matter, or steam in quantities perceptible at or beyond the property line shall be prohibited. Activities which emit dangerous or harmful radioactivity are prohibited. That to me sounds very vague and virtually impossible to enforce. So if this is a standard that we would be holding a data center to, I don't know how that actually protects anyone. If it smells, they're not allowed. So that's one concern. There is a more exacting air quality regulation at L, but that specifically addresses emergency generators. So if these data centers are not going to be allowed on the grid, then they're going to have on-site power plants, and there's nothing in here that says that those power plants are going to be regulated to a standard that is set in this ordinance. I understand that the allowance for data centers came from a request by the developer because they wanted to be able to sell this property. There are so many amendments to this ordinance. Who is going to hold a future tenant to those standards? The developer, the client, the tenant is going to have their legal counsel, their scientists, they're going to be able to have answers to all of these amendments, but when the amendments are vague, how and who is going to defend us in terms of holding them to a standard? So that's all. Thank
Kate Delaney.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kate Delaney. I'm a resident of Collingswood. I'm the South Jersey organizer for New Jersey Food and Water Watch. One of the issues that we've been organizing on lately is data centers. My colleague in Central Jersey, Charlie Cradaville, was part of the big win in New Brunswick recently, where the New Brunswick community defeated a data center plan that was proposed to council. And council did the right thing and decided not to move ahead, as I hope that all of you will do. I'm also working with the group called Sustain SJ. They are the activists that are opposing the Vineland data center. So I want to bring some of the thoughts that I have about what's happening in Vineland to what you guys have in front of you. So firstly, you said that this plan for Hexa, you described it as guardrails. Looking at it, these are not guardrails. Everything that I saw in the paper would allow Charles Benet, the guy behind, the tech bro behind Data One, the proposal in Vineland, he would also be able to have a data center here in Williamstown. So these are not sufficient. And there's often a bait and switch that occurs, I'm seeing in so many of these data center proposals. In Vineland, it began as a golf course. Residents were a little concerned about that, and then the next thing you know, they're getting a giant data center. So this seems to be part of the plan. And then, these site plans change. So in Vineland, the site plan has now morphed into something that's giant, even more massive than before, and now includes on-site liquefied natural gas, or LNG, which is volatile and highly flammable and explodes. So again, lots of concerns about what you're calling guardrails. I would not describe in that way at all. There was a mention of hydrogen as a energy source. I just want to speak to that briefly. Under Biden, there was a plan for a hydrogen hub in this area to be called MACH2, Mid-Atlantic Clean Hydrogen. That was not moved ahead by President Trump, so that's not happening. So any idea that hydrogen is part of this is, and as an environmentalist, I'm glad that, because hydrogen is untested, dangerous, and frankly just greenwashing. But to say that this could be powered by hydrogen, I think is not really offering the community the truth. No facility is going to be off-grid to start. You're definitely going to be pulling from the grid. And this idea that they'll construct their own power source, well, they're still going to be using natural gas. So you're still fueling climate crisis, you're still causing air pollution, you're still putting your residents' health in danger by having natural gas. There was mention of noise and sound walls. Again, Vineland at this point is only 10% built, and people are already dealing with the noise. We just had wonderful testimony from a scientist about how that impacts people long-term. And again, the studies that would be part of this, that would go to planning board, who would be performing those are often just a checking the box. Planning board gets them, looks at them, and then has already decided to rubber stamp. And I think more than anything, I would like to speak to what is happening elsewhere in the state, because Councilman Valentine brought forth this ordinance. You said that the legality, it was illegal, it would never stand up to a legal challenge. It's really important for you all to know that last year in Franklin Township in Central Jersey, not here in South Jersey, they passed an ordinance banning generators. This was in September 2025. They did this specifically so they did not end up with data centers. At the time, Ed Posniak, who is now the acting head of DEP, was on council. So this is what they did, and it's legal, and they enacted this. So it is absolutely within your power. You could look at that ordinance from Franklin Township. I will be emailing it all to you so that you can see what other townships are doing. And also, it's important to note, elsewhere in the country, right over in PA, there are currently 3 bills in their state house that would enact a 3-year moratorium on data centers. This is what we should be doing. This is a temporary tech moment, I think, and then suddenly we're going to have all these giant empty facilities. We're going to be using all of our land for something that we're not going to want or need later. And then finally, I would just say, this is national news. People are watching these fights. Is this the political legacy that you all want? In New Brunswick, again, the council was celebrated for doing the right thing. That could still be the path ahead of you. Elsewhere in the country, in Sand Springs, Oklahoma, residents have decided that they are fed up that everyone on council supported a data center, and they're collecting petitions for a referendum to get them all out of council. So I would consider what future you want. You still have plenty of time to do the right thing. This is a packed room. Listen to your residents. Thank you for your time.
Hey, Kate, you want to send me that ordinance?
I will, yes, absolutely.
Linda Sullivan?
Hi, I'm Linda Sullivan. I'm at 609 Wagner Court here in Williamstown. I'm not educated I'm educated, don't get me wrong, but I'm not on data centers. And the first time I even heard about any of this is when, through Facebook, of all things, which I'm not even on all that much, I hear there was a change in the zoning to allow for data centers. I'm like, what's a data center? So I started looking it up, and everything I read, I do not like. I'm still getting more and more informed, very informed at this meeting. And everything, I looked into even in Virginia, where they were building data centers. They allowed 1, and now they have 9, this one town. The residents are complaining. They can't go to their township because they all signed NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, so they can't go anywhere. The value of their houses have gone down. The noise, the neurophysicist that was up here, a lot of the vibration and the noise that over a 3-year period, what all the effects that it's causing. I mean, I don't know, but I know this sounds crazy, but autism has been skyrocketing and nobody knows why. This doesn't sound like it's going to help in our generations that come. Not only that, but as just a Monroe Township person and moving here in 2002, I moved here. I had my kids at Hospitality Creek. We enjoyed camping, the lake, every weekend there. I was there during the week, spending all day there. I can't imagine the noise level that, and I know a lot of community members still love to go there. We come as residents, even the out-of-towners come in there. It's right next door. There's no, where's the serenity? Where's the peace of the Pinelands? It's just everything. I haven't heard one good thing, and that's why I spoke up when that woman said one benefit. What is the benefit? I just hear all the negativity and all the safeguards and all that our engineer has to make sure that the data center follows all these rules. I watch television. I watched Aaron Brockovich. I was also around in Washington Township when I grew up when Rencor, which was in Williamstown, and that was a disaster. It's always after the effect. And I'm making myself more informative. I'm trying to educate myself on the data centers, and that's why I'm here today, because I haven't heard one good thing. And like I said, I look into other places where they've had data centers, and they're encouraging people, be informed, that this is not good. The long-term effects are not good. Vineland residents are trying to inform us. Look, we have it in our backyard. We're a mile away, and they're out on their patio, and all you hear is 24/7. Not even the low frequencies that get into your body, not the vibrations that get into your body. I'm just appalled that you would not do the research and your own education and inform yourselves on these data centers before changing our zonings so allowed, because somebody coming in, the realtor, wants to make this land more marketable to sell for themselves. That's the only benefit I've heard so far. I haven't heard any benefit to us. Thank you for letting me talk.
Jeff Rosen.
Hi, I'm Jeff Rosen. I'm at 755 Bluebell. I spent my professional career as a high-end IT engineer, primarily for Hewlett-Packard and for several other companies. I got to know very well what these data centers do. I have actually built a local site data center, approximately 5,000 to 10,000 square feet. I've worked with the engineers that manage data centers in the hundreds of thousands of square feet. And one thing that you very quickly come to understand about data centers is that they don't really provide any benefit to anyone in the local area where they're installed. Data centers don't generate employment. Large data center, a very large data center might produce 25 to 50 local jobs, whereas other uses, other land uses for that same land might produce 10 to 100 times more jobs than that. They produce lots of noise pollution. They produce other negative effects. There's stress on electric grids. There's all kinds of other issues. Essentially, data centers are bad neighbors. And now, most of us, you buy a house, you don't know who's going to move in next door. You might have a great neighbor. The great neighbor who's there might move out. Somebody else might move in. But you folks, you actually have the key to the kingdom here in that you get to help define who those neighbors might be in the future. So in this case, what you've heard from people over and over again here is, what is the benefit? What is the benefit to creating this document, which creates a bunch of standards that, as I think somebody said, end up being a bunch of check boxes that anybody who's looking to profit off of putting a data center in a location would say, okay, well, we can kind of meet that standard. A lot of this is, it's certainly not arbitrary and capricious, but if you're creating standards that are not arbitrary and capricious, you can create standards that, frankly, are tough enough so that anybody who's looking to build a data center in this area would look at your standards and say, you know, I can probably find a township down the road that maybe will take me on. Instead of creating standards that, in fact, kind of meet what these kind of facilities are already going to create, which is a level of noise that's not completely unbearable, but a level of noise that adds nothing and in fact takes away from those neighbors who live there. A level of expense associated with additional electric costs that don't necessarily drive people out of their homes, but do devalue their homes because now whoever moves in is going to have a higher utility bill and may not want to live there. So ultimately, what I would ask you to do is, again, answer the question for yourselves and for your constituents, which is, what is the benefit here? And if there isn't some compelling benefit here, then you ought to be writing a document that ensures that data centers won't come into your community.
Excuse me? Jeff Rosen.
Jeff Rosen. Casey Palmer.
Hi, my name's Casey Palmer. I live at 1213 Kaiser Avenue, Pine Hill. I apologize, I don't live in town. But right now, I am a student at Camden County College, and I'm studying Alzheimer's disease and dementia. So between formaldehyde that comes from these data centers that are pumped into the air, between the constant humming 24/7, so if you don't get a full REM sleep, it doesn't matter the amount of time, but going into that deep sleep will cause Alzheimer's disease. Along with that, the longer you go with hearing this over and over and over again, amyloid plaque starts to build in your brain and suffocate parts of your brain. The end of Alzheimer's disease, no matter what level or what kind you have, you turn into a vegetable. The state of New Jersey does not have any kind of really good comprehensive plan for the silver tsunami that is coming from Gen X. So I just ask that you guys consider the health and well-being, because constant inhaling of air pollution, because, I mean, you can read over and over and over again, they cause air pollution. So that's my first point. But the main point too, Hexa, that's a Camden County contracted company. And I see that Mr. Wolf took $2,500 from Lou Capelli. So I think there's some questions about your finances between Adams, Riley, and Wolf's PAC. So,
What was the name of the company?
The Hexa company? Hexa? Hexa, that's doing your redevelopment?
Okay.
That's a contracted Camden County company.
It's a contract at Camden County? Okay.
Yes.
And the relevance? And the relevance?
So you're taking money from Camden County, whose company is coming in here to build a AI data center. You have suspicious money.
I don't know what money you're referring to.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you for your time.
Anthony Falcone.
Anthony Falcone.
Hello, my name is Tony Falcone. I'm a resident of Williamstown. I apologize for not coming to any other meetings. I just bought the house, so this is kind of new. Big question everybody keeps asking is, who does it help? Who does it hurt? You guys aren't answering. I guess you're going to answer it later, but that's fine. But if the common answer is probably going to be something like tax revenue, when does that ever directly help us? Taxes always go up. We keep paying more. And if this data center goes through and all of the negative things that can happen are going to cost us in healthcare, electricity, gas, all the utilities. So how would that benefit us anyway if we're still going to be paying more in the end? The statement that it only might become a data center, it's a glass Trojan horse. We know what they want to do. They're doing it elsewhere. They're trying it everywhere. As for all the stipulations in the proposal, they're all solutions to a problem nobody wants. So what is the point of them if we can get rid of the problem in the first place? And that problem is not having the problem. So you said something earlier about where the power for this comes from, of how you're allowed to make the decisions or whatever. The concept I thought was the power comes from the people, and we get to say what we want, and you are supposed to respect that and represent that. Just a little idea there. As for the things being arbitrary and capricious, how is any of this sudden or impulsive or unmotivated by a normal action or notion when we have evidence of what is going on at other locations? I haven't heard of a single other location in America where these data centers have been built and people are happy about it. As for some of the stuff that is in there, gentleman was talking about percentages earlier, about what's used. That's very relative. You can say it's only going to use 1% or evap 1% and have to be refilled or whatever. That's very relative when you don't give an actual amount. Poison is in the dose. So depending on how big these centers may end up being, if they exist, 1% could be a lot. So that's important. Regardless of where the water originates, the water gets spent, even if it's through the evap, or as Ms. Reinhardt said, those systems require maintenance. That stuff doesn't just go away. Something has to happen to that stuff. And even if we pull in water from other places, the environment is not a closed system. It's going to affect something at some point. The environment is not limited to Monroe Township. There's a lot of tough acts to follow. Appreciate everybody contributing. Last thing, it's the Garden State, home of the Pine Barrens, not the Warehouse State, home of the data centers.
Drew Will, 2021 Lakeside. Oh, sorry, I'm reading.
My concern
from the beginning was overdevelopment. I worked for the township at one time, and I was concerned about all the houses going up and not having enough equipment or people to handle the trash, the road department, and all that. And it's like, oh, well, it's only going to be 500 homes. Now we're up to how many? 5,000 homes coming in to the township? Well, what gets me more now is I spent 6 years in the Marine Corps, 4 years of that down at Camp Lejeune. I now suffer from nodules in my brain, my body. I have to go once a year for a CAT scan or MRI to see if these nodules are getting larger. It's from the Camp Lejeune contaminated water situation down there that went for 30 years, from leaking tanks of cleaning fluids and diesel and everything and dry cleaning. And they thought it was going to be okay. It wasn't enough to hurt anybody. And today, we have hundreds and thousands of Marines getting sick, cancer, and nobody's being responsible for it. All them politicians who said, let it go, it's not enough to repair and put the money out to put these new tanks in. Look at all these guys that are dying now, come down with cancer. I'm dealing with it myself. When's it going to come down for the people? I thought it was the people who made the decisions and that you represent us on them decisions. I didn't know anything about what was going on. There was no notice in my mail stating that this was going on. We pay a open space tax, which if this is going to go through, I want my money back. But the biggest thing is that it seems like in this town, and I've been here after I got out of the Marine Corps, I moved here. I love this town. It's a great town, and I've moved down to the lakes. And why is the lakes, Victory Lakes, is the last part of this town to get anything done? The streets are crumbling. Everything. I asked to have a tree taken down. We're a nonprofit organization back there, Lake Association, and nobody wanted to touch it. It was too close to the township line, the border of the township and privately owned land. I said, but it's a nonprofit organization. 3 days later, I see a backhoe moving a big tree off of Ralphie Manfredi's property on 15th Street. Are you kidding me? You can't come out and help a nonprofit organization in your town. But if you're somebody in this town, you can make a phone call and have it done for free. I think you're all a bunch of corrupt politicians who are out for yourself, not for the people of this town. It's disgusting. And what's going to happen in 30 years in this town when that place starts leaking contaminated water and gets into the wall? Well, we all have walls in Cecil. Why does it have to be done there? Like I said, we're the last ones getting anything done. The streets are crumbling, they're falling apart. Can't get nothing done. You had the Ruck building, you sold that to the Lake Association for $1 because you didn't want to be involved with spending any money to upkeep the property there. And that's gone, that's falling apart. I just don't understand. Because you ain't going to be here in 30 years. You'll be down Florida, or maybe down Wildwood. I heard there's a few people here that just have bought some homes down the shore. Summer homes. While everybody else is struggling? Are you kidding me? I'm not one that's not afraid to speak my mind. I'm speaking my mind. And I only go by what I see and hear. And if I don't know, I keep my mouth shut. But it's ridiculous. They call the police department the beehive here, because he don't patrol enough. I see him once in a great while. And then when something happens, you got 20 cars running out of the police station here. You should be having cops at least once a day patrolling the neighborhoods. This is what we're paying for. This is taxes. So what do you do with if we can't get our streets done? Matter of fact, we share our streets with the traffic. We don't have sidewalks. So I just don't understand why you just let that go. Can somebody tell me why we can't get our streets repaved? Because it's too far gone. I said 10 years ago when Mayor Gabinelli came around. He says, what's the one thing you got concerned about? I said, the streets. I said, because 10 years ago or 20 years ago when I bought my house in Victory Lakes, I told him I was to top coat it. Put a top coat down and we can get another 10 years out of that. Never happened. Does anybody here drive around Williamstown to check on what's going on? How the streets look? But like I said, we're overdeveloping. Everybody's already complaining about the traffic. And who says we have to build anything at all? Who said we have to have before? You got your 5,000 homes. You're destroying our township with developing all these houses. What's going on? And now you want to put 2 warehouses? First, I heard 2 warehouses. I said, well, where the hell about the traffic? Now, the data center, I'm like, well, what the hell is it? You know, what's going on with the data center? Did anybody bring up what are chances of health effects? And then put a notice out to everybody in the town and say, well, this is the research we did before we decided to go this way. It's because you're keeping it all from us for your own selves. That's how I look at it. Because I didn't get nothing in the mail. I didn't get a township circular to say, hey, this is what we're going to do. And this is why we're going to do it. But why? Why there? Why Cecil? Why we always getting it shoved and stabbed in the back? We can't get nothing done. Can't get our streets done. Kids are out of hand. They drive whatever they want in the lakes back there. Where's the police department for that? Every neighborhood should be patrolled at least one. And this is because I see. This is what I see. And I pay attention what's going on because I love this town. I've been here since I got out of Record in 1985. And I stayed, and then I got a job here. And know what I tell people? I wish I'd never got that job. I wish I'd never got a job here because I found out what the politics is in this town and the nonsense and the nepotism. The nepotism, man. People get away. I'm telling you, I work here. I see the nonsense that goes on in this town. I got fired because I got hurt. And if Christine Scola is going to keep on her mouth, I'm going to file a HIPAA lawsuit against this town. She has no right talking about my health to anybody. So you better have a good talk with her.
Can you look at him while he's talking?
You know, enough's enough. 5,000 homes in this town's enough. We don't need 2 warehouses. We don't need no data center. And if something goes wrong 30 years from now, where are you going to be? Who are we going to go after? Who's going to take care of the children that are being born now? Or the younger generation here that's going to have to put up with that And after 5, 10 years, well, we didn't know. But it's because you never researched it and never came to your township people to ask them, how about a vote on it? How about we vote on it? The town people vote on it. How about we get a chance to vote? If I knew, I would have been here. When you decided this, did you say, all right, let's bring everybody from town and we're going to have a vote? No, because that's who we represent. We represent the people in this town. But you didn't do that, did you? Oh, well, nobody showed up, so. And I wish I knew. I think that, like majority of people in this town figure, well, we voted you in because you said you're going to do the right thing for us. But it's just not happening. I'm concerned because I've seen what the effects of Camp Lejeune did to all them Marines. And now, what happened, we're going to say you're sorry that my child has autism or my child's got cancer? Huh? What are you going to say to them? You're going to go to their house and say, we're sorry. We didn't know. You'll sit back and probably move out of town because you ain't going to be able to stay here because of what you did. And you can't face the people what you did to. So I say, scrap the whole thing. We don't want two warehouses. We got 5,000 homes to get your taxes from. And half of them homes are 55 and over communities. They ain't got no kids going to school. So there goes your extra taxes to go to the school board. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Ava Maria Getzinger, 3645 Lake Ave.
It's pronounced Ave. My name is Ave Maria Getzinger. I live at 3645 Lake Avenue, just in case anyone wants to know. They seem to think it's important that we all tell everybody where we live. I haven't heard any of you say that before you spoke. It seems that this is a pattern that I'm picking up here. This is the first town meeting I've ever been to, so this is all new for me and very disappointing. I voted in the elections that put all of you here. So did all these people. I heard someone back there, I don't know who it was, say that you are elected officials, not leaders. Very good point, whoever it was. Beautiful. That is the truth. Okay? No one went to your doors, knocked on them, and said, please run for office. Please. No, you all volunteered. And yet I see an entire panel up here, especially you, sir. The mayor of all people should set a precedent for everyone else on this council. You very rarely even look at people in the eye. Okay? The entire time you're looking down, you said you're taking notes. Someone made a very good point. This is all being recorded. See? You could go back, and there's transcribers, exactly. You could go back, look at the notes, go over it later. Trust me, you're still getting paid. It's coming out of our taxes. Okay? You can go home, put in some extra time. I am so sorry that this entire time I see boredom, irritation, that we're all bothering you with this concern about our health, our homes, our children, our property values, if all you can think of is financial reasons. How about our property values? No one said a goddamn thing about that. No one said once how our property values are going to bottom out, okay? No matter how many standards you have, sir. Okay, apparently they're not high enough for us. Because our standard is, and I think that you guys have figured this out, and if we haven't made it abundantly clear, we do not want a warehouse. We do not want an AI data center. We don't want any of it. And the reason nobody showed up before like this to complain is because we didn't know. You know, the double standard, okay, is ridiculous. Don't look away. We voted you in, sir. Look, I'll be as respectful as you are to me. Honestly. You're the mayor, and I know you feel as though right now that we should treat you as such, as your office, but you are not treating us the same way. Respect is earned. You don't just get it. You don't just get it because you tricked us into electing you. You guys are up here right now. What should be on your faces is a look of unbelievable concern. I just found out about this 2 days ago because no one bothered to even send a letter to me, okay? My hands are shaking like this. They had been for 2 days straight since I found out. I am concerned. This is a face of someone who is concerned and upset. And when I heard other residents talking about what they are going through, I felt concerned for them. I haven't seen concern on your faces once, not once. Your whole job, the whole reason you were elected, the whole reason you are getting, that you're up there, is to protect us and our interests. We are the ones you are supposed to be protecting. Okay? We shouldn't have to pay attention every second to make sure that when we're making dinner or working to earn a living, that while our backs are turned, the mayor is making agreements with someone else to put in an AI data center. We shouldn't have to go, oh my God, is there a meeting coming up? I better go, just in case you're trying to slide one by us. That will literally destroy our livelihoods. Oh, he's writing, but again, you could write later. For those in the back, he was jotting something down. But again, you could do it later. Maybe you don't know. Maybe we are throwing a lot at you. I know this is a lot. You probably have never gotten this response before, ever. Okay? But, in case you weren't told, you should look someone in the eye when they're talking to you, especially if it's something about this magnitude of importance. About my husband has been working himself to the bone for years. I have been working. My parents even put money for the deposit to our house in 2002 when we moved into Victory Lakes. Okay, they put in their savings. My husband has worked for years towards this home. Our son grew up here. And one day I hope to pass that home on to our child because I have no desire to leave this region. It is a paradise that I accidentally, because of a realtor's suggestion, found. I wake up in the morning when the windows are open to the sound of an aviary. I have fed swans from my backyard with my son when he was about 3 years old. I have watched bald eagles more times than helicopters fly over top of my back deck. Osprey, heron, okay? I can just sit there. I don't have to go to the Philadelphia Zoo. I've got paradise right in my backyard. And what you are proposing is to destroy all of that. There is no benefit, none. That's why you haven't answered. You know, we keep yelling for them to answer your question, but the fact is the reason that they have not answered is because there is no good reason. The only reason this is getting pushed through, and we all know what it is the fact that somewhere, somebody's getting their pockets lined. Because this benefits no one. I don't know who it is. I'm not pointing at you. Oh, thank you. I'm not pointing at you. Or you, or anyone directly. I don't have any of that information. But I'm 55 years old and I'm an intelligent woman and I've lived this far with my eyes open. And the fact is, when something like this goes up that has absolutely no benefit to the wildlife, to the environment, to the citizens, to our health, to our financial welfare, none. Our property values, none. In fact, they probably won't even bring taxes in. That's right, I didn't know about this shit until 2 days ago, but for the past 48 hours, I've been reading nonstop, okay, because I have to, because you guys not doing your job for us made me have to. That's why we're all here tonight, because you guys are not doing your job. You were elected to protect us, to represent us. Did you really think for 1 second that we were going to be like, that's a good idea with no benefits? No, we didn't. You knew it. You all knew it. You knew we would say no, and that's why we didn't get, and here's the double standard, because this really bothered me too. And this is separate from the AI Center. I'm sorry, guys, I got to say this out loud. When my husband, and I'm sure this is the same in all towns, when my husband wanted to put an addition onto our garage to make it a little bit bigger, and he wanted to put a storage area next to it, he had to go to you guys and practically get down on his knees and beg for permission to put something up on his property with his money. And you guys, not only, he didn't have to just come to you. I was amazed when he came back. He said, oh yeah, he's got to go from door to door, knocking on all our neighbors, asking for their permission too. Then he had to send out not just regular letters and postage stamps, no, certified, everybody knows it, louder from the back, they all know too because they went through it too. We all have to send certified letters to everyone, not even the people that could even see my property. I mean, people that could not even see it, no, we had to send it to the electrical company, to Comcast. I'm like, I don't even have Comcast. It had nothing to do with it, we weren't going to put anything out there for cable. We still had to send it, jump through all these hoops. But you guys, how do we find out about it? Social media? Are you kidding me? 2 days? Two. So you had all these meetings. What I want to know is, and I know I'm not going to get an answer to this either, this is rhetorical kind of, why don't we at least get the respect that you make us give to everybody else? Why can't you guys take some money? It's ours, it's okay, we all say it's okay. You can use our money that we give to you guys to hold on to and use it for certified mail. Mail out notices that affect us this goddamn much to our doors. There is no reason for not notifying us, sir. And then to be as insulting enough as to act like, well, we've had these meetings before, and I don't know, nobody showed up, and this is the first time it's ever, we're just so surprised at the turnout. Are you really? I don't think you are. You knew that we weren't notified. This way. I ain't nothing. I mean, someone said before about Hospitality Creek, and I want to say this, I pretty much said all I need, no, I haven't said anything all I need to say, but I've taken enough time tonight. But I just want to say one thing for my son and my son's friends back there. They are 19, and my nephew. Oh, raise your hands, guys. They are 19. They care. I didn't ask them to be here. They told me, in fact, that they were coming here. All of them. Because they care. They grew up swimming in Hospitality Creek. Okay? When they were babies, in their diapers, swimming in that creek. What happens now? It's right next to it. Would you put your child there, your grandchild? You don't look old, it wouldn't be your child, it would be your grandchild. Would you put your grandchild in that water after that AI facility's been running for a while? That's rhetorical. I know you're not going to say yes. There's no benefit. And I also know that we're not even going to get taxes generated from this, because I also found something out in my reading that there is probably something you're going to throw at them that's called a Oh, wait, let me remember. A pilot? Ah, yeah, John remembers. Yeah, a pilot act. And for you guys that don't know this, that means payment in lieu of taxes. That's right. They're going to come in, be a parasite, suck up every goddamn natural resource that we have, and then they are not even going to pay taxes. For some reason, the township's going to be like, oh yeah, sure, that sounds good. We can work something out. And then, now why would they do that? Why would they bring in something with no benefit for us and not have them even pay taxes? We have to pay taxes. No one came to me and said, could I work out something different? I face paint. I think a lot of these people know me from being a face painter around the town for the past 15 years. I have painted almost every child in this area. And I want to continue to see those children grow. Because they might not be my children, my son's older, but those little kids deserve to be able to swim in Hospitality Creek. They deserve to be able to feed swans and see an eagle flying overhead and not have to go to a goddamn zoo to see it. And don't tell me that you've got allowances and oh, well, we figured it out and it's a closed system and hardly anything gets out. No. And that, it can be an entirely, and still have leaking? I don't think so, because if there were astronauts in space, I haven't looked this up, but I was just thinking after you mentioned that, I'm like, I think that's an entirely closed system, because if it wasn't an entirely closed system, there are entirely closed systems without evaporation. It happens, but you know what? That's not the point. I don't care how many, I got off track, sorry guys. I don't care how many standards you have. It's not good enough, because our standard is none of this at all. Our standard is, we want it the way it was when we agreed to move here. It was like entering into a contract with the township. Someone said that they moved here because they liked the wilderness, they liked the trees, they liked the wildlife. This is why we moved here. This is what we're paying for, what we're working for, what we're giving taxes for, that pay your salaries. Do better or get the hell out of the seats. You can give up at any time if this is boring. If it is too much for you, I understand. We can be rowdy. I know it was getting on your nerves, Sandra. I know it must have been tense. You're trying to reel us all in. But this is huge. You can't tell people that you're going to come for everything they have and expect them, with 2 days' notice, and just expect them to be like chill and all fall in line. Okay? You can't have that. It's not going to happen. It is not. And I'll tell you something else that's not going to happen. That you might be smart enough to push this AI center through. We might fight as hard as we can, guys, and we might lose. But I will promise you this, I swear to God. See how loud I am? I don't need a microphone to be heard. How many times did they have to tell them to speak into the microphone? You have equipment. Just speak up. Enunciate, for God's sakes. People in the back can't hear you. I will not shut up. You can push this through, but I will not let it sit. And I will make sure, I'm pretty good at getting people riled up. I will make sure I have a crowd behind me. And we will make your lives miserable. Because you're making our lives miserable. We're not going to make it easy for you. If you want to put money in your pocket and think that this is some way to advance your career, you're not doing it easy here. You better just quit and go to another township, because it's not going to happen here. Thank you.
Jason Howe.
Hey everybody, good morning, good evening. So my name is Jason Howell, I'm with Pinelands Alliance. We have hundreds of members in your town, and I am here representing their interests. My first question is for the solicitor, Miss, can you pronounce her name please?
Grace.
Grace. Are there any prohibited uses in Monroe Township currently?
Meaning what?
Are there any prohibited uses, zoning prohibitions on uses in the township? Say, anything at all, any prohibited uses? Does that exist in the township?
There's, Yes, there's prohibited uses.
So,
It depends specifically what you're talking about, but yes, generally speaking, there are prohibited uses.
so it's legal to have prohibited uses within the zoning framework of New Jersey, which is the municipal land use law. That's legal to have prohibited uses.
There's a difference between prohibited uses and how things are, and certain limitations that can be put versus blanket prohibitions. Those are two different
So there's a
things.
difference between prohibitive uses and
Blanket prohibitions.
prohibitions.
Blanket prohibitions.
Okay, I might have to spend some more law school to understand that, but there are prohibited uses currently, correct?
Correct.
Correct, okay. So a data center prohibition, a prohibited use, would be legal, technically.
Again, the proposed ordinance is a blanket prohibition on data centers which cannot be passed through arbitrarily and capriciously.
Why did data centers have to be added as an acceptable use to the redevelopment plan? Why did that happen? Why did that have to
To
happen?
my knowledge, data centers were always part of the redevelopment plan.
No, that was a change. That was a Let me handle this one time. That was an amendment.
Since we started talking about this specific Hexa redevelopment plan,
That was an amendment to add data centers as an acceptable
the most
use.
recent amendment
Yes.
was to set guardrails and specifications as to data centers.
The
But they've
previous-
been part of the redevelopment plan for some time.
The previous amendment was to add data centers.
This current one that was on the
not
agenda
today.
for today was
Not
to add
today.
guardrails and specifications.
I understand.
Okay.
The previous amendment added data centers as an acceptable use.
At some point, there was
Yeah,
an
relatively
amendment to
recently.
add them.
So why did that have to be added?
Because you cannot blanket prohibit
Why did it have to be
businesses.
added? It is not a prohibition. Why did that have to be added?
Because if it's not put in somewhere in a zone, then
Yes.
it's effectively prohibited,
Exactly. Data centers.
which you cannot do.
Excuse me. So your township zoning currently prohibits anything not already explicitly allowed in the township code, correct?
Effectively, if its location's not zoned for something, then you can't put it there.
Right. So all you have to do is repeal the redevelopment agreement, and then data centers are prohibited in your township, correct?
And again, you cannot arbitrarily or capriciously make a blanket prohibition.
No, that's
on
not what I'm asking.
businesses.
I'm
So
saying
I've
if you-
answered your question. I'm not going to keep going back and forth.
If you repeal the redevelopment agreement, listen, I didn't go to law school, but I seem to understand your township code pretty well. So if you repeal the redevelopment agreement, that means data centers actually are prohibited because they're not specifically allowed for in any specific zone, correct?
Which, again, you cannot have a blanket prohibition on data centers or any other
I
business.
understand. Can you repeal a redevelopment agreement?
Again,
Redevelopment designation, my apologies.
Okay, it's not a simple yes or no, so I'm not going to answer that with a yes or no.
Okay, has
If you
any
want a full
I'm
explanation,
sorry,
I'll
I'm sorry.
already give it
Has
a full
any
explanation.
township ever repealed a redevelopment plan?
I can't answer that.
The answer is yes.
Specific.
The answer is yes. So all you have to do to get rid of this thing is repeal the redevelopment plan, and this thing is essentially squashed. They can do that tonight. It's fully legal. Any excuse is simply wrong. We've done this in Pemberton Township. We've done this in Hamilton Township. You're asking for a can of whoop-ass from your township. I'm sorry. Like, this thing is going to blow up in your face. Just accept defeat, repeal the redevelopment plan, and go home and be happy. This isn't going to go well for you. Have a good night.
Joanne Roberts.
That lady in the middle is so funny. She's very passionate. Can't tell.
Joanne Roberts.
I can't believe she might be wrong in the face.
Aiken Arrow. 916 Dartmoor. Pamela Adebayo. Okay. Heidi Garrett,
You might need to read the address for that.
1918 Herbert, I'm sorry.
Hi, everybody. Heidi Garnett, 1918 Herbert Boulevard. I'd like to just start out by, I'm not going to repeat a lot of what you already heard because you kind of already got the gist of what everybody saying here. I just want to point out that my OPA built our house in 1920s, the late 20s into the 30s. Actually came over to avoid what was going over in Germany at the time. Can you believe it? And, I just want to know what you guys are going to do because my stream is dry for the first time in 100 years. Sorry, guys. I just said my stream is dry. I live on Herbert. It butts up on parallel with the Pike over by the expressway, and it's dry for the first time. We have well water. Are you guys going to build me a new well? Well, I mean, I was looking it up. It's anywhere from 15 to 45 grand to do a rainwater collection system. So that's it. That's all I got. The water's already gone from the ones that, because the one in Vineland sits on our aquifer. There's ones already up in Burlington County and all through central Jersey that all sit on the same water. You're pulling from something that's already empty. Thanks. I'm usually up to my thighs in water. It's hard as a rock walking past.
Right, this is the last one. Yeah, I know, I got this one. Yeah, I got it. Dominic Canonica.
Hey everyone, how you doing? My name's Dominic Canonica. I live on Winslow Road. So I just had a couple questions, and I'll keep it brief. So I'm not a scientist or an expert in any of the things, and I won't pretend to be a data center analyst. The one thing I wanted to ask, though, I do work in residential and real estate development. With the bulk use standards that were created for the setbacks, were those created by, or does the council have the ability to amend those or change those as it's listed in the code? Or was that designated from some precedent?
No, they were proposed.
Okay, so what I was wondering, and now, by the way, and I can only imagine, and I sympathize with council's situation. We dealt with this outside of Monroe Township. Again, I work in real estate development, and it's not unique that a municipality is sued because of something being arbitrarily capricious. Like that's not something being made up. That's a very real thing. Council proposes something. Developers have the same rights to the land they own that residential homeowners have. They have the same rights. So you may not like it, but it's the reality of it. So my question would be, is it possible then to make it so constructively impossible where it becomes untenable, for someone to want to develop the data center? So in any real estate development, they'll outline what's the highest and the best use. A developer looks at the piece of land, says, I want to build it this high by this wide, and you maximize the limits that are set forth in the bulk use standards. Can they just be amended to make it so a developer finds it untenable, where they wouldn't want to do that? Would that be a physical possibility?
Anything's possible.
Sure. So I think that, to me, while I disagree with a lot of people speaking today, I share in the same sentiment that as a homeowner in Williamstown, I certainly wouldn't want it to be developed as well. The utility consumption piece, whether it's a closed system or an open system, I can't even pretend to understand what the implications of both would be, but I do feel like it does make sense. It's either going to be a utility drain on what we have, or you're getting the noise. It's kind of like what's the better of the two evils? They all seem pretty bad. And then of course, as people who depend on the well or our wells and don't have outside means of these utilities, it's the situation's dire if it ever is compromised. It's not like oops, and it can be remediated easily, it would have major implications on why I think everybody is so defensive of this big what if. But the not what if of it is the actual how it does perceptively affect the people's potential buyers, other homeowners, and wanting to live in Williamstown. So, like, as somebody, again, I'm not an expert as it pertains to these data centers, but as an expert in residential real estate, there's even like these EMF towers. People won't buy next to an EMF tower because of the fear of what it could be. So with this huge data center next to bodies of water, what would be the impact then on homeowners who would then say, look, you're not going to be able to sell your home for as much as you thought. The impact is going to be existing there as well. Again, we are a very kind of, thank you, we have Hospitality Creek. There's also built business owners in town that, you know, how does it, from an economic development standpoint, we have this beautiful main street. It has a vaudevillian theater there. In my own opinion, again, I visit Pittman, New Jersey, there's Collingswood, there's all these beautiful towns that seem to be doing so well on their downtown main street. We have a great coffee house, we have the theater, we have this brewery, a great pizzeria, and it doesn't seem to have the same vitality that other, municipalities do. I think that would be a better focus from an economic development standpoint, not to mention Hospitality Creek. There's nurseries, there's a lot more in town that would be adversely affected, that are staples of our town. And so that's my opinion on it. I appreciate any consideration. I hope that may be a compromise in the event that it can't be completely ratified anyway. One last thing. What is the amount of time people are allowed to speak? It's fixed, yeah?
It's not fixed as per township code, no.
Oh, geez Louise. Okay. I was going to say, it's a shame. The last, 7 names that were called, people had to pass on. I know for me, I wanted to put my kids to bed, but wanted to speak. But, everyone's giving their thoughts like it's war and peace. So, maybe be considered a little bit. I get it. But everyone wants to speak, and now there's a bunch of people being passed. So, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Jarrett Dill. Jarrett Dill.
Sorry, I talk very low normally. My name is Jarrett Dill. I live on, like I said, I talk low normally. I apologize. My name is Jarrett Dill. I live on Lakeside Drive in Victory Lakes. I'm very much against this data center. I understand, though, that the current stance is that you can't outright ban the data centers because of the capricious nature of it. You also can't remove it from the zoning because of that, correct? Yes?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anything that we would be able to do in order to disincentivize companies from wanting to build a data center or, like Mr. Valentine had said, a warehouse that would clog up our roads? Sorry, it's a little late. I had something planned, but it was only in my head. I'm going to give up my time here.
Take your turn. Time, go ahead.
I'm just a little flustered is all.
Okay.
This being so close to my house, the environmental impact that it's going to have, as well as the health effects that it's going to have on the local community, on the residents in not only my neighborhood, but the neighborhoods that are close to it, they're very concerning to me as well. I'm wondering if we might be able to put an environmental limitation on, say, this zoning project in order for it to be limited in that sense.
And that was the intent of this ordinance.
Okay.
That's going for first reading, the amendment to the redevelopment plan. As our planner had indicated, there's over 10 pages of amendments.
I understand, yes.
As to whether it be emissions or sound control, or energy and electric. So that was the intent, if I'm understanding you correctly, to again put those specifications and guardrails in place.
Okay. And I just had one thing I wanted to clarify because I believe I had heard it earlier. The memorandum that you had talked about, that was voted on, correct? That was to block AI data centers from being built until there was state legislation in place, correct?
You're speaking of the moratorium.
Moratorium, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
So, as our solicitor stated, this has 10 pages.
Correct.
Of restrictions, what you're asking for is
Correct.
to make it more difficult, in a sense, for data centers to come here. The moratorium language in this represents no data center can build if they are going to have to connect to the grid until state or federal legislation is passed to ensure that the residents aren't the ones footing the bill.
Okay, and that is specific to being connected to the grid?
Yes, if they connect to the grid.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted that clarified. Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else wishing to speak this evening?
I was unaware that I could
Skip, can you name and address, please?
My name is Ian Weatherford. I did not initially believe I could speak, as I live at 138 South Lake Drive, Lynchburg, Virginia. However, I am a student at Rowan University in civil engineering, and I've had a passion for urban planning for about 5 years. I mostly want to bring to light some of the invisible effects of these data centers that have been very clearly observed in Northern Virginia, where these have gone up. One of the big impacts is electricity variance. The electricity that they draw, even if it is a small amount, comes in surges. When a lot of people suddenly need to use that data center, they draw electricity suddenly, all at once, which especially increases the risk of electrical surges for residents. I highly encourage you to look into this. There are a lot of studies being done right now because these data centers are so new, but there are a lot of invisible effects, and I know that others have talked about the mental ones, but I want you to consider that that dirty electricity means that your electronics die faster. Electric surges are more likely. There's a lot of risks that come with this that aren't immediately apparent, and I really encourage people to look into this beyond just the electricity and water prices, but also the effect on the quality of those utilities. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Mark Posatsky, 3235 South Black Horse Pike, Williamstown. My house is lot 11, and that's significant because this warehouse proposal is lots 8, 9, 10. So I'm on their property, I'm off their property. It's a 1.6 million square foot distribution center. Here's the thing, we don't want to compromise a small AI data center, a distribution center, it's all bad. Nobody tonight really mentioned that property, I know it well, there's a stream in the back. Connected to hospitality, connected to Diamond Lake, connected to the Little Great Egg Harbor, all lakes, all streams, all the way to the ocean. Just to clarify some earlier statements tonight, there was a mention that there were some houses that were going to be built on this site, and it was kind of alluded to that it fell under the redevelopment plan with the Hexa builders. This is not totally accurate. The housing development that was proposed was back in 2006, 20 years ago. That was by Cedar Creek LLC. Also, to clarify the record, the water was not approved several years ago. The water was approved, I don't even think it was a year and a half ago. Someone mentioned about a deeper dive. A deeper dive is a compromise. There was also a mention about flip-flopping. I know that when I learn truth, when I get more knowledge, I have an understanding of something, it's wise, wisdom, that I would flip-flop on my stance. So I don't think that flip-flopping is a negative thing. I think that when you find out that something is not inherently good for the common good, because that is what this is about. You represent the common good. So flip-flopping is not a bad thing. Honestly, I hope you all flip-flop. And there was also a statement, and I wrote it down word for word. I can appreciate the fact that you want to protect the residents. That was directed at Mr. Valentine. I can appreciate the fact that you want to protect the residents. Does that mean that only John wants to protect the residents now that he flip-flopped? Rhetorical question. All right, the ignorance of this council, all right, the ignorance of this council is worrisome, all right? And I'm not saying that you're rude and obnoxious. I'm saying the ignorance is in the lack of knowledge of all these meetings that you had, that we got to the point that we have to sacrifice a night at home with our family to come here to try and get you to do the right thing, fix this. And I know that it was said earlier, we have notices on the website and we have postings. I have postings in the hall. I don't drive home during the day and say, let me go by the municipal building and see what's on the agenda. And I don't log on the website. It's not even friendly user. Recently I've been logging on because I got to find out what you guys are up to. But seriously, right? Because I heard this phrase a lot tonight. The notices on the website that you provide us and the postings in your hallway, to me, that is arbitrary and capricious. To think that a data center can have safeguards to protect the residents, why would we introduce something that now we have to create safeguards, these safeguards to protect us? And I did read Hexa Builders Engineering packet, 1,855 pages, something that wasn't mentioned tonight. Besides these two buildings totaling 1.6 million square feet, and that's 99 acres of the 171 acres of farmland that is an active wildlife corridor with endangered and threatened species on it. Plus it has the stream in the back. So we have a sound barrier proposal from the township engineer, and he said he was going to build a sound barrier wall. Could you tell me how high that wall would be, sir? Okay, so an 8-foot sound barrier wall. The building has a 60-foot roof. So that'll be very effective. Here's something that wasn't really mentioned. They talked about formaldehyde, but even in a closed-loop system, there will be, that will escape in steam, copper, aluminum, zinc, and chromium. And I won't get into chemtrail spraying. However, our township is ready to approve copper, aluminum, zinc, chromium in nanoparticles, steamed off, that the wind will blow to the next town and further. So these will be on gardens, up your nose, it'll hit the ground, it'll leach into the water, and like mentioned earlier, there's all these wells. And then I found it a little bit comical that landscaping was mentioned twice, like all these safeguards in landscaping. And it's like, okay, so we're going to wipe out 38 acres of pine lands on this one corner, and we have beavers, barred owls, foxes, coyotes, trees, the pine barren tree frogs are there. There's a bobcat. I have his prints that were in the snow in January, so we know there's a bobcat. Red-headed woodpeckers, tree frogs, bog turtles, warblers, tiger salamanders. But I don't think there was any consideration for, and this is an active wildlife corridor, and some of you hunt. And you know the importance of this. Across the street, miles and miles and miles of preserved land. And this proposed section for Hexa builders is a corridor that the animals go back and forth through. Also, the noise. Yeah, you know, you start researching these things. There are people that have had data centers near their house. One man put $20,000 of insulation into his house. His windows are still vibrating. It can come under 80 decibels. This whole under 80 decibels, there's this vibration that happens. The man and his family have been living in the basement, and they still can't sleep right. But they have to go into the basement to get away from the vibrations and the noise. So, I am placing this Township Council, I am placing you on formal notice that the designation of this farmland as a redevelopment area is legally defective under New Jersey law. I want you to write this down. Write this down. Galvin Realty Development versus Paulsboro, 2007. Like, I'm telling you, write it down. Go home and look it up. Because here's your way to make this right. Galvin Realty Development versus Paulsboro. The New Jersey Supreme Court in Galvin Realty Development versus Paulsboro, 2007, made it absolutely clear that a municipality cannot declare undeveloped, productive, or environmentally sensitive land in need of redevelopment simply because it wants to redevelop it. This is not just one of the three, it's two things. It's undeveloped. That is the other thing. How do we redevelop something that was never developed in the first place? I'm going to redevelop this. Well, there's nothing there. There was never anything there. So that would be called development. So it says you cannot declare undeveloped or environmentally sensitive land in need of redevelopment simply because it wants to redevelop it. The court held that land cannot be designated as blighted merely because it is not fully productive. This property is farmland, has never been developed. It is environmentally sensitive, as I mentioned, all the endangered animals on it, and it is a part of a wildlife corridor. Calling it redevelopment directly contradicts the Galvin ruling. If the township proceeds with this unlawful designation, I will file a legal challenge in Superior Court to overturn the redevelopment area determination. I will also pursue claims for any resulting environmental, health, and property impacts, including water pollution, air pollution, noise pollution, and any constructive taking of my property that forces my family to relocate. Furthermore, any township official who knowingly voted for this redevelopment designation that violates established New Jersey Supreme Court precedent may be held personally liable for acting outside the scope of their legal authority. I strongly urge the council to halt this process immediately, comply with state law, and avoid exposing the township and individual decision makers to litigation. Thank you.
Fernando Powers, 717 Mead Court, former, also zoning. Is it on? Okay.
There you go.
I'll start over. Fernando Powers from 717 Meat Court. Most of you guys already know who I am. I sat on zoning before, and indigenous, and also, I want to say simplified to that Marine. Where's he at? Here, he's left. All right, because I'm a combat war veteran myself, the United States Marine Corps. I did submit last planning board a packet. I don't know if you guys got it, but I submitted it to the attorney that was here before. And did you get a chance to review what was in it at all? Anyone? You didn't get it? No? So
You say you submitted to the planning board?
Yeah, that was here before, yeah.
The planning board had a separate attorney.
Okay, well,
so-
I would assume that they would pass it on to the council, the packet, because I went before the Pinelands Commission, and I spoke there, and I also gave them what I had. But I'm just going to ask you a few questions, and then I'm just going to leave it with these questions, just so I can put it for the record, and you can answer them when you like. And then I'll get you a packet of what I submitted in the Pinelands and to the planning board. All right, so as far as the wetlands and the beaver created hydrology, are you aware that a live beaver is actively maintaining a dam and pond system on block 8401? Yes or no? Did you disclose this beaver-created wetland system in your application? Yes or no? Did you conduct a wetlands redelineation after the beaver expanded the hydrology? Yes or no? Can you show any CMP subsection that allows disturbances of a beaver-created wetland? Yes or no? Can you show any CMP subsection that allows disturbance of wetlands buffers for a private warehouse? Yes or no? Threatened and endangered species. Did you conduct a full threatened and endangered species survey? Yes or no? Did the survey include pine barrens, tree frog, barred owls, timber rattlesnakes, and northern pine snakes, and the list also that was presented by Mr. Mark Potaskia? If you did, where is the report? If you didn't, how can you claim CMP compliance? Can you cite a single CMP subsection that allows habitat degradation for listed species? Yes or no? On the aquifer and water withdrawal, 1.4 million gallons per day, where is your groundwater model showing that withdrawing 1.4 million gallons per day will not lower the Kirkwood Cohency aquifer? Where is your analysis showing no impact to wetlands, vernal pools, or beaver pond? Has the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection ever approved a private industrial withdrawal of this magnitude in the Pinelands? Yes or no? Can you show any CMP subsection that allows a withdrawal that lowers the water table? Yes or no? Two building configurations. Does splitting the warehouse into two buildings reduce the total impervious surface? Yes or no? Does splitting the warehouse reduce the total wetlands disturbance? Yes or no? Does splitting the warehouse reduce the total water demand? Yes or no? Does splitting a warehouse reduce the impact on the beaver-maintained wetland system? Yes or no? Every answer is no, and that's devastating. Stormwater and recharge. Can you demonstrate that two warehouses building totaling 1.63 million square feet can meet CMP infiltration requirements? Yes or no? Can you show that a pre-development recharge will be maintained? Yes or no? Can you show that stormwater basins will not be placed in wetlands or buffers? Yes or no? Clean Water Act, Section 404. Did you disclose that beaver-created wetlands trigger federal jurisdiction? Yes or no? Is the warehouse a water-dependent use? Yes or no? can you cite an example where the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers approved a non-water dependent warehouse requiring wetlands filled in the pinelands? Yes or no? Can you produce your alternatives analysis showing no upland sites exist? Yes or no? How does, and as far as the public interest, how does a private warehouse consuming 1.4 million gallons a day serving public interest of the pinelands? And can you cite any CMP subsection that allows approval of a project that harms wetlands, hydrology, threatened species, and aquifer recharge? Yes or no? And what I'd like to also say is you have to stay consistent with the state and federal laws. You just can't go off the reservation. You got to maintain the laws, especially the federal laws, in the state as well. So my conclusion is the evidence demonstrates that a beaver is actively maintaining a wetland system on the property. The wetlands are jurisdictional under CMP and NJDEP and federal law. The two buildings, 1.63 million square feet warehouse cannot avoid a minimized impacts. The 1.4 million gallons a day water withdrawal would collapse the hydrology. The project is legally unapprovable at every level. So for the council, for this, you must deny the applications. And again, I'm going to put my packet again that I've already submitted, and I'm going to make sure that you guys get it as well. And so it's got all the state laws, federal laws, and everything, and that should be enough to shut this whole thing down. I'm surprised you guys didn't get it because I submitted it to the planning, and Wolf, you were there. So, okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to give a copy of this. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello?
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you just give that to Eileen so she can circulate it with all council? And then we'll get you a copy.
Here's a copy.
She's not sure.
All right.
Same, yeah, for me. Okay.
Hello, I'm Agnes Newton. I live on Kennedy Avenue. My thing that I want to implore all of you here is to think about your children, your grandchildren, okay? Because this will affect them in every way possible. I work with children, and the schools alone, they're piled on top of each other. Yet, you want to build another company that's not going to do us any favor? You're not going to notify anybody? I know you guys are on Facebook. We've shared many a word on Facebook. So I don't know why we're not posting it. Tell me that. Because you can't say you don't know how to use it because you do use it. I want you to think about other people, not just yourselves, not just your wallets. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Larry from Vineland. I've already done this battle, so I'm going to shout out a group so y'all can get ahead of yourselves. It's called Sustain South Jersey. We have a Facebook, Instagram. I grew up around the corner from here in Collins Lakes, New Jersey, so this is also kind of a personal thing to me. This data center is it's not just a choice for your area. You're going to draw from the aquifer that affects 8-9 counties. You're going to draw from the power grid that affects New Jersey, and we're already having issues. And I know they said they'll probably bring their own turbines, but I can play a video real quick, right, at midnight, what it sounds like when they play. Okay. This is midnight, and it's pretty loud out there, and there's another video of a guy on a porch. I know it's not the loudest. My phone's not going no louder.
Hold it closer to the microphone.
But I just think, like, I don't know what's going on or why these things are so popular. If you want to look further ahead, you can look at what Elon Musk did to Memphis. There's going to be so many health problems with these things, from heart issues, asthma, COPD, lung issues, all linked to AI data centers. And then the fun part is, after they build it, while they're literally trying to kill you, they get tax abatements. And that's even more fun, because the only people that are suffering are also going to suffer because these people ain't going to pay nothing. If you follow the money with these things too, I just never understood it. I do have a business degree. It's only associates, but like this looks like a Ponzi scheme. It's Nebius investing in NVIDIA, and NVIDIA investing in Nebius, all back and forth like a weird little circle jerk. And I'm just kind of so over these AI data centers, man. Like, every time, we have like how many in Jersey at this point? And I got to deal with Charles Bonet, who's probably one of the most evil human beings I've ever met in my life, built a 55-acre one in Vineland. And people walk out on their porch, and you hear it at midnight. The construction, the turbines, whatever the heck they want to do. We have no fight. Y'all have the fight. Y'all have the option to stop it now. You don't even have to wait. And like, New Brunswick killed theirs, and that was a redevelopment project. They killed it like almost this, the community showed up, they said we don't want this, and that's what happened. And I don't know what's going on with like representatives, but like your job is not to companies. Your job is not to financial gains or monetary value or getting your friends monetary value, or like Vineland, where it's just one big circle jerk of about 20 people that they think they care about that community. They hate us. But y'all can stop this. You were voted in by these people. Your job is to these people. Your job is to this township. And not just this township, because again, this is going to affect more than your township. You're making a decision that the people in this room it's going to affect more than everybody in this room. Everybody that showed up here and spoke, it's going to affect more than just them. And I just don't want to see it anymore. These things don't do anything. Like, they take our resources. They don't create jobs. They blow they don't pay. It's just a bunch of rich assholes that don't care about the working class. And like I said, I grew up in Collins Lakes, New Jersey. The best part about Collins Lakes, New Jersey was the pine barrens and the pits. And you went around and played outside. Nobody in their mind ever thought about, I want AI in Collins Lakes, New Jersey when I was growing up here. It was like, let's go to the park, or give us a skate park, or let's go play on the dam. Like, that's what we did in Collins Lakes. Or some kid just to jump the train. Like, there was nothing about AI growing up. And now I see it. And I see all the evil things that come from it. The naked photos of women that get like automatically uploaded. It's just weird. Or all the fake videos where you gotta watch it and make sure it's like, we don't know where that and that because nobody will label it that's misinformation. Like, I just don't, like, what happens when somebody uploads a video of you and says you did a crime and you can't tell? How would you feel? Like, what's coming next is this is not the future. This is gonna reset. And all that's going to happen is that wealth gap is going to keep increasing, and people ain't going to be doing nothing about it. And y'all have the option. And you're people that voted for you. Unfortunately, I was not here to vote for you. I would have based on now, but I'm sorry, but not sorry. But seriously, they filled the room. Like, how long is this meeting going? I was able to drive from Camden to Bridgeton to here before this meeting was over. So I'm just trying to figure out, like this room was packed. I watched all those people speak. All those people cared. Now just do your job. Care back. Like, do you not live here? I'm sorry, I didn't get to catch Vinelands this early in the process, unfortunately, because our city council didn't tell us. We got a newspaper article in April and they voted it through. You just have the option to kill this thing. We don't need more AI data centers. The grid can't handle it. The aquifer doesn't need it. We don't need to poison our grounds. They don't create jobs. All they do is give just rich people more money so they can just keep fucking us over. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Coffey, and I'm a resident of Green Meadows. I know a lot of people have been saying a lot of the same things, and I also know that we are coming up on, it's already 10:04, and I understand that it can grow weary. We can all grow very tired of hearing this and hearing a lot of people saying a lot of the same stuff. And I actually want to turn around and commend everyone for staying this long, because I know that most meetings probably don't go this long. I assume, at least, I don't know. But I think it's important that communities come together and they talk about these things and we push back. And it is a little disheartening to see blank faces staring back at us. I'm someone who's grown up in Williamstown. I've lived here for 25 years. I'm only 25 years old. So as long as I've been alive, I've been a resident here. And I think that a lot of what is being proposed, and these ordinances are things that a lot of people are really unfamiliar with, but a lot of what's being proposed is a little too experimental for my liking. This idea that we will do studies before, during, and after these data centers are put in, I think is a little unacceptable. And I don't think that we can wait for state or federal legislators to assure us that these aren't going to impact us. I refuse to let Williamstown be an experiment. I refuse to let it, thank you. And a lot of us back here, we don't understand the legality of it all. And that's why we come to these meetings and we propose, speak our concerns, because we don't understand it. And so now it's on you guys to go back to talk to lawyers, not just to protect yourselves, but to protect the people, to protect the animals, to protect the wildlife, and the people who don't understand these things. So thank you all for sitting here. I sincerely hope that you guys are all genuine and this isn't just an attempt to, listen and appease the public, but that at the next town meeting when this is brought up, you guys are doing the work in between. So thank you.
My name is Maureen McMahon. I live at 173 Palomino Place, Williamstown. Now, I learned a lot tonight. I don't know much about these things, I'm going to be honest, but after hearing everything, I am 100% against the data center and I forgot what the other thing was that they were talking about, but mostly was the data center. Now, I think a lot of you, first of all, I don't believe any of you, because you live in this township, I don't believe any of you don't care about your families. I know you do. So I hope that you learn more, as we did tonight, because if you think about everything that was brought up tonight, I can't see how you would vote for this. I think you're all family people. I think you care about your families. And I just wanted to say that I hope you really think about it when you vote. And I think the people here don't want this. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else this evening?
Chris Petrillo, 2822 Jackson Road. This thing would be going up in my backyard, like the woods and the fields where I raised 2 kids and we grew up walking around in it. And I just wanted to say something about neighbors. We had a blizzard a couple weeks back, and the next day, dude down the street comes with a backhoe, and he's moving snow out of everybody's driveway. My one neighbor has a snowblower, so he fires that up, and we're out there. I go across the street to help a neighbor with stuff. We're just all out there helping each other, and not for money, but for the dude across the street who made me some brisket in his smoker last year. Like, we just help each other out. And I don't know, it's just a data center. What kind of neighbor is that? What are they going to give to the community of Monroe Township? What are they going to give to us that makes them a good neighbor, that makes them worth having around? Because my neighbors, they're worth having. And if anything, do it for the rest of them.
How are you this evening? My name is Arthur Sedaris, 1324 Janvier Road. I've been a resident here since 2016. I'm a journeyman toolmaker over at El Rey Manufacturing in Glassboro. And we deal with a lot of chemicals at our place, oils, alcohols. At any given moment, we could have an incident where OSHA would have to come in and inspect us. My concern is, hypothetically, if you were to pass this building, who would be inspecting the facility? Because my assumption is that it would be the zoning department, which is a township-appointed facility. So how are we to have confidence as a community when we have people that are in the township's best interest, not in the township's best interest, but on the council's best interest, doing these inspections?
Anyone else from the public wishing to address this evening?
I had to run earlier, but James Waldo, I live in Newberry Farms, been here my whole life, and I know one of the things that the mayor likes to say is some of the residents don't want this. It's not some. It's all of us. There's no benefit. It's not, anyone who doesn't understand it might say, oh, sure, no problem, let's get the tax revenue. They haven't done any research. The data online from these data centers all show that it causes cancer. It causes miscarriages. It causes sterilization of the youth. It causes reproduction issues. The diesel engines, the diesel generators, they put out toxic plumes in the air, and anybody within 2 miles is getting serious issues, especially vulnerable people. This isn't hearsay. This is coming from the data centers themselves. It's easily verified. You just Google it. Use the data. So I don't envy your position, because you probably got people pulling you with who knows what on one end, and you got everyone that's voted for you pushing you in another direction. So I don't envy your position, and you got to sleep with, the consequences of putting up a data center, which is literally going to shorten people's life. So I don't envy that. God bless you. But there's no denying that you put this up, people are going to get cancer from it. Sure, you could justify it and say, well, people are, they don't live perfect lives, and, whatever you justify it with. But that's the fact of the matter. We don't need AI. We don't need our data being mined so that they can better target us for advertisements. Nobody's getting anything out of this. They're probably not even going to pay property taxes. We know the game. We see it happening all over the place. They pull all these dog and pony shows in Vineland, and all of a sudden it's a data center. It was a warehouse, now it's a data center. So I'm not any righteous person. The only reason I care is because I live within the 2 miles. So I just hope it doesn't go through, because it would be kind of a slap in the face. People are definitely going to get miscarriages and cancer.
Hi, hopefully I'm the last one. My name's Emily McPeters. I live at 1137 Lafayette Street. I just want to share with you why we live in Williamstown. My husband has been active duty for 19 years, and this is one of the first locations he's been stationed. He's actually stationed in Atlantic City, where we've been able to really choose where we want to live, and we chose Williamstown for a reason. He's due to retire next year. We've got 3 beautiful kids, 2 of which are at Whitehall Elementary School, and our plan all along has been to stay and live in Williamstown for the rest of our lives. And I just want you to know that that is so impactful, having moved my entire 14 years with my husband, living everywhere. This is where we want to call our home, but this choice that you guys have in your hands is going to impact ultimately where our family will stay. And if this data center comes here, we will not stay. So, thank you for your consideration.
Anyone else this evening? Seeing none, can I get a
Well,
motion?
hey, Pat, I got a quick question for the engineer, if I can.
Okay, to the engineer, but I got to close the public portion.
Okay.
You can do that, though.
Okay.
Motion to close public portion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Got a quick question for you. Nobody has mentioned e-waste, the unrecyclable cabinets. What goes on with that?
I'm not sure.
What is he?
Well, I think that needs,
I'm not sure.
that needs to be addressed in this too before this goes any further.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident they're not just tossed in the garbage. I'm sure.
Well, it's unrecyclable e-waste, the cabinets. It cannot be recycled. It's highly toxic and pollutant, so we got to figure something out first before we even try to push this guardrails anywheres. I have not heard anybody mention about the e-waste.
You're talking about I just want to make sure I understand. You're talking about the servers or whatever
Yes.
that goes on?
Yeah, all the cabinets.
Yeah, there's actually laws against that on how they have to recycle it. I mean, I'm just saying, I agree.
It's got to be in here.
If there's nothing in there, but.
Actually, I don't think anything should be here. I think it should just
They
go.
would be bound by the federal, just like, for example, think about, we have the e-waste at the public yard, right? Where all residents can, and then we are responsible, once it hits our facility, to dispose of it. So,
Well, something still needs to be written in this, but
Yeah, and the county has collection days a couple
oh, I
times a
know,
year.
if it's not addressed, to John's
Yeah.
point. Sorry, dropped my papers. Okay, is that it, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sandra, question on that. Pat, you said there, and I'm certain that there are state regulations or federal regulations regarding e-waste, so state law would supersede any ordinance that we put forward.
That's correct. I mean, anyone would have to abide by not just local ordinances. Anyone would have to abide by not just local ordinances, but also state and federal law. And only if those are contradicting, right, then the state and/or federal law would govern.
Yeah, including,
Right.
Ohio regulations and all to think that we're all going to be safe. This is all brand new. Just please go and research all the other data centers in Virginia that have been there since 2022. All the problems that these people have had. I did it. I just found out I knew nothing about what was going on. I just researched it, and it's not good.
Do you want to come back up, ma'am?
I'm not loud enough.
I'll reopen it. Can I get a motion to reopen to the public?
Motion.
I don't
Can I get a
know
second?
anything about data centers, and I've been,
Go ahead. We're sorry. We just had to reopen it. It's just protocol. You're good.
okay. Well, gee, now it's, my mojo's all gone.
You're not wrong.
No, you were speaking that you did the research.
I've been
Virginia.
doing, I didn't know anything about, I didn't even know what a data center was. And I've been just looking it up, and it's not, nothing's good. I went down to Vineland, I asked Mr. Kernan, Tim, I said, did you go to Vineland? Before we even opened up for public discussion, that was one of the things I asked, did you go? No, did any of yous go? Any of yous? Please raise your hand if you went and researched. Please, because we're doing the research. You're Monroe Township, this is very little, it's gotten out. I just found out about this, and I've done it, and there's nothing good. I mean, everyone needs it. We all use it. We all have it. I'm just appalled. I'm appalled that when we're talking and we have residents that are coming up that seem to have more knowledge than all of you about this data center, which now it's even making me more frightened. I'm more frightened. I'm more frightened tonight with everything going on, especially with the research that I have personally done, I have no words that we elect you to represent us, to keep us safe, to keep us in what we love about this Williamstown. And I'm just very upset. I'm leaving here more upset with no answers and more upset because I feel like none of you even know what's going on. And this is a big, big deal. You should not be shocked that we're finding out and we're coming. And guess what? If you're going to have another meeting, I bet you this place will be double. And then another should probably be triple. God, I hope so. Because this is, I appreciate everything you do, but you've got to do your homework before you present it to us. Or before you put something through as big as this. This is a big deal. Do your research. Go down. Take a school trip down to Vineland and go check it out. And then go around. Don't only just do that. Go around to all those citizens, all of those taxpayers down there that were bamboozled down there into the AI data center and ask them what they think. Because I don't think you're going to like what you hear. And this is what we're trying to tell you. We hear them. They're even coming to our council meeting to say, hey, I'm from down there. I'm here because I don't want this to happen to you guys. God bless these people for coming out and trying to protect us because you're not doing it.
Very short, I appreciate it, thank you. Again, Jason Howell, Pinelands Lines. Just on a human-to-human level, what this would do to your community, and honestly, yourselves personally, this is going to be the heaviest thing that you have ever encountered in your personal lives. I promise you. I've been to many, many meetings, many townships with controversial issues. This is going to knock them all out of the park. I urge you, please consider, for your own sakes, get rid of this thing. You can repeal the redevelopment plan. You can axe this thing in 2 months with simple process. It's been done. I promise you, this will be the worst thing you could possibly do for your community, and honestly, the weight that it will put on yourselves is going to be so heavy, you don't want it. I promise you don't want it. I've seen it. You don't want it. Thank you. Please have a good night, and please do the right thing.
I'm still Mark Pisotsky. I didn't realize that you were Mr. Kiernan. I believe I saw your name in documents regarding the redevelopment plan and Block 8401, lots 8, 9, 10, as a qualification for redevelopment. Is that correct? Yes. So the property was never developed, and it is an active wildlife corridor. So could you explain how it qualified as redevelopment under the consideration that it's environmentally sensitive land and it's undeveloped?
Yeah, we looked at each of the lots separately, put a report together, and I found that each of the lots qualifies in one or more than one category criteria.
What were the criteria? Are you aware that it was never developed before?
I've been on the property, I'm aware.
Are you aware that it's environmentally sensitive land?
I am.
I still don't understand how it becomes... So something that was never developed before can be redeveloped even though it was never developed, and we call that redevelopment?
Yes.
Under the state redevelopment law or under?
The state.
The state, okay. So the other thing would be just a suggestion to call maybe a special meeting or some extra special meetings so council can get together and make right the ship, find out how you can get out of this situation. Honestly, Monroe Township residents will stand behind you. If you have to fight Hexa and you have to pay the $5 million that they bought the land, pay for their surveys, pay what they want, like, just have some meetings and make this right, because it will destroy the whole town, and it's not going to take 30 years like our veteran had mentioned. It'll be a lot less than 30 years. So anyway, just, make right the ship.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Amos. I'm a member of Hamilton Green behind the Turnersville Movie Theater, the Regal in Washington Township. Few items just to note here. Obviously, this has been addressed ad nauseum. Everyone has said their piece, but I think what sentiment should really be echoed here is just the fact that we know this isn't necessarily Pandora's box. We've already seen these items be developed. It's all across social media. We have a neighboring town that already has an AI data center in place. And obviously, yes, because it is something that could go into effect, obviously the land could be used for something else if it was to be a warehouse or distribution center. I think the larger fear here is just the fact that it could be brought into the town. No one wants this, obviously. We've said that more than one time at this point. But just echoing the same sentiment, it's scaring us. This is something we're seeing already affecting people negatively, impacting their health long-term. We can't really mess around with that. And I think across the board, favorably among most of my constituents in this room, it's not something we want to risk. It's not something we even want to consider. So hopefully you all take great heed to that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joy Kenny. I live at 40 Carroll Avenue here in Williamstown, and I've lived here for over 40 years, raised my kids here. I just wanted to say that when you all lay your heads down tonight on your pillow in your nice, warm, safe house, I want you to, if you say your prayers, ask your Creator to help you to do the right thing for His people and your people, yourselves and your families. Thank you.
Can I get a motion to close the public portion? Motion. Second. All in favor? Aye.
Hi.
Opposed? Seeing none? All right, motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Motion. There's a motion. Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none.
Just make it clear, it will be 5 minutes, and then the council meeting will resume, just so people don't think that we're...
No, I was just talking to Councilman O'Reilly. We're taking 5 minutes and then we're coming to back to the council meeting. So it's just a brief recess and no quorum is allowed to be had outside the meeting.